this is gonna count down and still have like 4 or 5 minutes left when it hits 6 o'clock. Should we still wait for that 4 or 5 minutes to just?
No, you're good. You can start talking right now. We're live. They can hear us. You can turn this off.
Hello, everybody, and welcome in. We are here for some Poker House live stream action. We've got Next Gen Poker in the mix. You love them. It's Frankie, it's Rosie, it's Jello. Actually, Frankie's in Vegas this week, so we got Rosie in the mix right now, and Jello's going to be joining us soon.
Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, yeah, and we are here in the booth. I am Nick Morgan, and I am joined today by Mr. John Hardy, my co-partner here in the commentary booth. How you doing today, John?
Oh, I am ready for this one, Nick. Oh, man, I have been waiting all day for this one. We're going to have a great time tonight. This is a great lineup. I'm really excited to see everyone get in there and battle with each other. We got a lot of new faces, and we got some familiar faces. You know?
No doubt. Looks like we got some new graphics again as well. We're trying out all the graphics. We're trying them all out, and
we're unpredictable.
No doubt. And right here in that first picture right there is the infamous Mr. Nico. I've had a few run-ins with him. He's a buddy of yours, John, I believe, and
he is.
Good player. Also an amazing character. Just has like the funniest catchphrases, great mannerisms. Awesome guy for the stream.
Oh, I can tell you that a lot of my mannerisms and catchphrases have come from that man right there.
Oh, yeah.
Always got some funny stuff to say. And then with seat 8 right there, we have Jordan. He's another buddy of mine. He's also buddies with Nico and Tricky Fish as well.
Nice, dude. And right here off the bat, we are seeing some awesome action as Rosie is going to get sneaky, come in with the limp. He immediately gets ISO directly to his left to 20. Tricky Fish 3 bets, and actually there was a 7 deuce in there, and the 7 deuce folded, so it would have been really interesting to see that. And then Rosie getting to drop the back raise on him, but he gets to do that anyway as he goes raise, call, 3 bet, and now limp, cold, 4 bet. Wow, what a way to start the stream.
Wow, the first hand off the deck.
For sure, and I'm assuming Tricky Fish going to get out of the way. Those pocket 6s forced to get out of the way as well. And Daryl not going to get out of the way. He's going to hang on here. Comes in with the cold call from the small blind, and then now Tricky Fish behind him. He has seen Rosie make this move so many times. I'm wondering if he is. Oh, man. And this is... Man, after Rosie has done this so many times, Tricky Fish deciding to take a stand.
Wow.
Has a pretty good candidate for it.
This is great.
Oh, man. Ace-5 suited, a very common candidate for the 4-bet.
And this is a 5-bet.
Yeah, excuse me.
This looks so strong.
Yeah, and I don't think I could say it's a common candidate for a 5-bet, but it is for 3-betting and 4-betting, and this time goes for the 5-bet. Rosie just going to call. That's kind of interesting. He's got about a third of his stack out there already. This is a 1,500 cap
and
game.
Daryl's calling as well. So we
Daryl's in there.
Already have the potential for a $4,500 pot for the first hand.
Yeah, first hand, dude, right off the rip.
Oh,
unbelievable.
My goodness. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and this money's going in.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's already 1.5K out there. Tricky Fish just going to shove. And Rosie's going to be thinking, oh, no. Exactly. He can't beat jacks. He can't beat 10s. He can't beat aces. He can't beat kings. He can beat...
He's in a 5-bet pot.
He's got the queen of clubs, so he also... It's not possible for...
he's going to get out of there.
Yeah.
Tough spot there.
It is a tough spot. I mean, he can only beat, like, the ace-king of clubs, I'm sure, in his mind.
Yeah, and even that has a better equity than him.
And if Daryl can find the call here, he's somehow... No, not going to. Wow. And Tricky Fish going to show it down. And Rosie is going to be kicking himself, thinking, why didn't I just shove pre-flop?
Did he show a 5? Oh, he didn't show a 5. No.
Oh, no. Why didn't he just shove it in there? Pre-flop, the 2 queens. Oh, and Rosie immediately reloading.
I think we already have to bring in Evan.
Oh, I think we do.
We do, man.
Oh, my gosh. Get Tricky Fish in here. First hand right off the bat. And just so you guys know, while John's up here, one of our little quirks here on Savage Sunday is that when a big pot goes down, when anything interesting happens in the dynamics between these players, we're going to bring them into the booth. let him talk about it to you guys. You can hear it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Wow, and I feel like Rosie is really kicking himself that he didn't decide just to shove right there. Gonna be really curious to talk to Tricky Fish and see if that 5-bet was a result of seeing Rosie use this play so many times.
I have notified the Tricky Fish.
Nice.
And he will be coming in when he's done because he's already in another pot.
Already in another pot.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what the flop is, but I know he's in a big pot. So we'll have another 15 minutes to wait for that one.
For sure, dude. And we're not going to be able to give away Rosie's hand there.
Yes, we are not going to be able to. In fact, Rosie specifically asked me to not.
He said, "Don't tell him."
What he had.
Love it. Oh, poor Rosie. Tricky Fish is immediately in another pot right here. He's got the 3-deuce suited this time. It looks like it was raised from Mr. Regis. Both of these guys recurring characters on the live stream. It was raised from Mr. Regis, and Tricky Fish defending from the small blind with the 3-deuce suited. Very ambitious. And makes it all the way to the end, but King High is going to be good. Jacob saying Tricky Fish already in gamble mode, no doubt.
That is our buddy Bait, as we call him.
But here's the question I have for Jacob. Does Tricky Fish ever get out of gamble mode? That's the only mode he has.
I think Tricky Fish has hard gamble mode and soft gamble.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Love it. Still busy? John's out there trying to rope in Mr. Tricky Fish, get him here into the booth for us so we can talk about that first pot right off the bat. Goes with the squeeze, the cold 5. And the C-bet gets it done. Rosie has to just dump the queens. And Tricky Fish going to be here in the third pot as well.
All right, so a little update on Tricky Fish. Oh, here he is.
And he's here.
Oh, he's here. Yeah,
it is the man of the hour. Pop those on, Mr. Tricky Fish. Welcome into the booth. I'm actually going to go ahead and pop on our camera here. You ready for that?
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe I am. Looks like it's not up right now. I'll have to ask Eric about that. Okay, we're just going to do audio. So, very first hand, right off the rip. We've already got you in here. We see the squeeze with the ace-5 suited, and then the decision to go with the 5-bet. Just tell us what was going through your mind. Why'd you decide to 5-bet right there? And does it have to do with Rosie kind of being known for having that limp re-raise play in his game?
Sort of. And then there's like something else I want to like start incorporating into my game more is like more like 4 and 5-bet bluffs. So I just felt like that was like a pretty good time to do it.
For sure. It looks extremely strong when you squeeze out of the blinds, get limp, cold 4-bet, and then go for the 5-bet. I mean, he's probably already thinking that you're super, super nutted right there. Then when you shove on the flop, I'm assuming that one's just like automatic when you flop the nut flush draw there.
Yeah, I was like one of the best possible flops I could see with ace-5 suited.
No doubt.
And then obviously the SPR was like 2/3. I was like, let's just get it in here.
Yeah, no doubt. And then happy. Well, let me ask you this before I just assume. Were you happy to see 2 folds and just win the money that's out there, or were you hoping to get called and rip it off?
I was very happy to see them both full. I thought I was like super punting the first hand of the stream, which is like something I do a lot of the times at like home games. So it's just a great feeling to win a big pot right off the rip.
Oh, I bet, dude. Yeah. Just to scoop in $1,000, no showdown needed. And then did you show him the ace and the 5 or just the 5?
I showed just the 5.
Just the 5, dude. I love it. I love it. What a great way to get the stream started and build a dynamic between you and Rosie. We hope to see that come into play again.
For sure.
No doubt, dude. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and there you have it. That's Mr. Tricky Fish, a.k.a. Evan, putting the moves on Mr. Rosie to start the day off. You guys saw it. You saw Rosie fold the 2 queens. Rosie, the only one out there right now that knows about those 2 queens. Evan doesn't know. Probably assumes Rosie had a hand like ace-king offsuit with no club or something. It does make sense to me why Rosie would fold the 2 queens at that point.
Yeah.
But I'm sure in Evan's mind, he's thinking like he probably just got Rosie off of a better ace high.
Yeah. I would think that's what Tricky Fish thinks, but he's going to be elated when he watches the stream back.
Nice. Great word. Great word choice right there. I agree.
Oh, man, what did I tell you guys? I am excited for tonight. This is the type of action we are going to be expecting.
No doubt, dude. Okay, so we were not able to get the camera up right there. I'm going to look here, see if there's a way for us to add our camera in.
Last time we had the webcam on, we had that audio issue near the end.
Okay. Eric did say we would be able to use it today, but
Oh, that's true.
no worries. Ask him about that here in a minute and get back to this action.
So we got Jordan entering his first hand and faces a flopped boat.
Yeah, and these are a couple of new guys to the stream. Jordan, someone that you know from off stream, right?
Yes.
So, buddy of John's, and also Nox, Nico, I'm assuming?
Yes. Both of them I met through a poker Discord. We like to have low stakes home games.
Nice.
Some big stakes home games.
Love that.
And I'm just really excited to see the dynamics that emerge. And if any of the other players can pick up on the dynamics that emerge, it's just very, very interesting. We got some characters in there.
Oh, yeah, we got some characters in this game, in this chat as well. Poker Monkey making an appearance. A weekly chat reg.
How you doing, Poker Monkey?
Nathaniel asking where we're at. We are at Poker House of Dallas here in Dallas, Texas. This is our weekly 2-5 1500 cap live stream game with Next Gen Poker. If you're not familiar with Next Gen Poker, you have been sleeping under the proverbial rock, as they are the hottest thing in poker social media these days. Largest poker TikTok in the world. One of the largest poker YouTube channels in the world. Almost 200,000 subscribers, and catch this number, 100 million YouTube views on their videos.
Woohoo, man.
Wow. 1/10 of the way to 1 billion views. I mean, is that even... I mean, that's like mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. And this week has actually been a very exciting week for the boys, as Rosie and Frankie both played on Max Payne Monday, the Hustler live stream in Los Angeles on Monday. And John, you want to tell them how they did?
Oh, yeah. So I mentioned this on last Savage Sunday, and the boys went on, as I stated, Max Payne Monday, the Hustler live stream. They went on there, and they had a night, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they had a night. Our boy Rosie, sitting there in the 5 seat, won over $17,000
Oh, yeah.
on that stream.
What a night. What a night.
Oh,
And,
man.
Actually, if I remember correctly, he sent somewhat of a legend on Max Payne Monday, Mrs. Sashimi, running through the door with her tail between her legs as he busted her up so good.
Oh, and they had some sparring on social media afterwards as well.
Oh, yeah.
Some videos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was just...
I feel like she was really experiencing Max Payne Monday and what it was meant to be.
You know, I think so, too.
Yeah.
And I think that she thought that she was going to deal Max Payne.
Yeah,
for them,
exactly.
But instead got dealt the Max Payne herself.
No doubt. No
and
doubt.
not mention Frankie. Frankie has had a hell of a week.
Oh, yeah. Tell him about it.
He already won $5,800 on that same stream. So a great night for him. And then when he got back home, you know, he flew back from LA, got back to Dallas, and then right away was invited to go back to Vegas.
Yeah.
And play a 25-50 live stream.
That was the next day,
Wynn.
wasn't it?
That was the next day.
Crazy.
Just hopped on a flight, flew to Vegas, and he got a chance to play in a 25-50 WPT cash live stream with some of the greats. Johnny Vibes, Andrew Nemi, Poker Traveler, Lynn, some big names.
No doubt, dude. I enjoyed watching that one myself. He ran a little bit, just kind of slow on that one. Didn't get a lot of playable hands. Hung in there. Had one really big spot where he got a little lucky. Pocket 10s in against pocket queens. Was that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and they ran it twice, and he was able to hit a 10 on the second
He
board.
hit the
so
10. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was sweating for him on that one.
Yeah, no doubt. And that one was just kind of a cooler. I believe that there was at least one straddle, if not multiple straddles on there. So there was just no way to get away from it. And yeah, very interesting spot, very interesting game. Like you said, it was full of people who are, I don't know how many of them are professional poker players, but all very experienced poker players, and several of them are professionals for sure. So
Yes, for sure.
a lot tougher lineup there, and I would say he definitely held his own, played great, and is spending the entire week out in Vegas. Actually, saw last night he was playing the 10-20 game at the Win, which is about the biggest game that they run on a daily basis. Maybe they got some bigger stuff going right now because the World Poker Tour is happening there. But yeah, Frankie hopping in those games, no fear.
Basically what we're saying is Frankie is in the mix right now. And that is why he is unable to join us tonight. He's living a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Probably a week that he'll remember for the rest of his life.
Yeah, John, I don't know if you saw, but on the stream, there was a lot of flirting going on between him and some of the female poker players.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah, and it sounded like he might have landed himself a date with Miss Kitty GOOOO. Wow,
man,
a legend
I
of the
did hear about that.
poker streets. Yeah, high stakes player. The way she talks, you would assume she's got a really healthy bankroll. Flying back and forth to Taiwan, I believe, talking about playing private games over there, and yeah, she had her eye on Mr. Frankie.
Oh man, so we're gonna get a lot of stories. I think next week when Frankie gets back to the stream, we're gonna have to pull him in the booth and have him talk about some stuff.
Oh yeah,
You know, whatever he's comfortable mentioning, of course.
no doubt, dude. Got to get the deets on the date. All right, so we're getting back into the action here. We had a couple of pots go down there while we were chit-chatting. One with Mr. Regis, where he makes the flush on the end, wins a medium pot. Now we got a small pot popping off as Daryl makes top pair and takes it down. See if we can catch up with our chat a little bit here. Got some love for the Hustler stream.
We got a lot of people gambling their points.
Nice.
They have here. We have Kai asking if Frankie had all of his action in the 25-50 game. I don't want to talk about that because I'm not sure if he would want me to talk about that. So.
Well, I would assume they'd probably be okay with the fact that they have their Discord, and I know they sometimes sell action to those guys.
That is true. They do that.
So if you're interested in buying some of their action, you would have to talk to them about that personally to find out when and how much they're selling. But I do know that they sometimes sell on their Discord, and you can join that by... Actually, John, why don't you tell them how they can get in on that Discord?
Sure. They have a Patreon link in their Instagram description. If you click on that, you can sign up. It's about $5 a month for the bottom tier, and you can get into the Discord for that. And you can get access to these live streams. You get the opportunity to buy their action when they decide to sell. It's a great time. Good community in there. We got hand reviews, you know, a lot of chip stacks posting.
No doubt. And I think they've got over 100 members in that group. Is that right?
Well over, I think, at this point.
Yeah, nice. That's awesome. So if you guys want to interact with the boys, and as John said, get in on this live stream action and or buy their action in bigger games or tournaments, then that's the place to do it. And now we've got Rosie coming in with another limp play. It's going to work again as Mills Mafia, comes in with the ISO with the Queen Jack offsuit directly behind him. You see Nico, did you see the reaction right there?
I did not.
Oh, man, he was just like, what? Back-to-back limp squeezes? This time they let it go, and Rosie scoops in the $40. No flop needed. Over under on Nico's VPIP at 4%. Oh, Jacob coming in with shots fired right off the bat.
Good buddy of ours. I'm going to, you know what? It's close. It's very close. I'm going to take the over, though.
It's going to take the over. I would have to take the over as well. I think 4% is, what, maybe like 10s plus or something, jacks plus.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to say on a stream like this with only like 100 hands for the night. But I would say it would be very hard to play 4% of your hands.
Yeah. I would agree. I'm actually going to run that real fast. Let's see. If anybody wants to make a quick guess in the chat, like, what's the bottom of a 4% opening range?
It's got to be pairs only. Because when you have the 16 combos of ace king, I mean,
Let's just take a little look-see here.
Kai, the boys are 23, I believe. I think they're all 23 at this point. Rosie might be 22. I could be wrong on that, but 22 or 23.
All right, so I was off a little bit, John. If you're playing 4%, you can actually play 10s plus and ace-king.
Really?
Yeah.
That's 4%?
And you can sneak ace-queen suited in there, too,
Wow,
actually.
you're getting a little out of line now.
Okay, that's 4% opening range for you guys at home if you're really wanting to tighten up. And I got a feeling Nico's going to play a few more hands than that. You've always got that element of being on the stream, people watching, and then you look down at a borderline play or pass and sometimes just decide to play.
We were talking and everything, but I'm surprised to see that this pot is $575. I'm not really sure how it could have possibly gotten to $575.
Well, looks like Tricky Fish 3-bet pre-flop and Regis. Oh, it looks like this was probably a straddled pot or an opener. Regis flats, Tricky Fish squeezes.
Oh, it's a 20. It's a double straddle pot, I think.
Yeah,
it looks like it.
Either that or if there's an opener, then that opener drops off of
drops
the
off.
tracking. Yeah, but
Okay.
somehow Regis was in there for 20.
And then decided to call the 100. Mm-hmm. Flops top pair. He's gonna get it done.
Yeah, gets it done. Nico I'm sorry, Jacob coming hard at Nico here.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
The inverse Tricky Fish.
I might have to agree with him on that one.
I like that. I like that. And Tricky Fish setting the tone with that ace-5 hand right out of the gate. Shows the 5, and that's going to earn him action tonight and nights into the future, I think.
Oh, for sure. Now people are going to think, wow, is he 5-bet bluffing? Like,
Yeah.
does he have a 5-bet bluff range? Yes, he
Exactly.
does.
And he comes in here to announce it, too.
Yeah.
For the world.
He's
Hey,
not
guys,
scared.
just know I'm going to be 4-betting, 5-betting, bluffing lighter. Shoot, he might not do it again the entire night, but it's going to earn him action forever.
It's so good, too. It's so good. Like, even if he gets stacked, like, he's getting action for the rest of the night and, into the future.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty good investment into your image there. So if I were to describe Nico, the inverse of Tricky Fish, I know what you're trying to say, Jacob, but if we're going to be honest, I'd say that Nico's style probably aligns a lot like my style, if you've seen me play on the stream. Some call me a nit. I don't like that word.
I would not call you a nit, personally, John.
I mean, I think I'm a nit compared to a lot of the people that play on the stream.
That could be the case. That could be the case, but there's a difference. There's a difference in being a relative nit compared to extremely loose players and just being an outright nit.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true.
And right there we see a very interesting one as there's a couple of limps. Regis just makes it 100 with the ace-king offsuit. The blind was only $5, no straddle on this time. Makes it 100, and then Tricky Fish behind him just folds the pocket 9s. Which, big exploit right there. He obviously, against Regis' specific hand that time, was doing fine. But Regis' range has got to be extremely strong when he comes in with the $100 open.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we saw on a stream before, which will actually be coming out on NextGen's vlog today. It's probably already out, where we had Regis just open to $80 with a $5 big blind.
Yeah. Probably had just as strong of a hand that time.
Yeah, and he had aces. He did. So I'm starting to understand a pattern.
Kai, I love it. Nico looks like a solver in human form. That's so true.
Nico
dude.
is a solver in human form.
Yeah.
But he's trying to get his VPIP numbers up by limping the button with ace-5 offsuit. It's actually pretty funny that Kai said that because I actually call Nico the human solver.
Do you know Kai?
Not that I know of.
And Nico flops second pair here, takes a little stab at it. He's going to get some action multi-ways. Daryl, pretty loose peel, but does turn the best hand. Rosie turns the nut draw. And it checks around, and now Rosie makes his straight.
Ooh.
Kind of a sneaky one right there. I don't know how much he's going to get, but
He actually had a monster on the turn there.
Rosie?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the gut shot and the nut flush draw.
It was a double open. It was an open ender, a double gutter.
I see that.
Crazy.
And Rosie's going to pick up a little one there as Daryl does look him up with the 7.
Looks like Jay is going to take Jack's seat. Jack might actually be busy with finals right now. It's a possibility.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's in school getting his MBA. Is that right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
He's in grad school.
And that is Jack, a.k.a. Jello from Next Gen Poker that we're talking about right now. Sounds like he may not make it tonight. Might be Rosie only in the mix. And that right there in the 2 seat, just caught a glimpse of him, and we'll see him here again in a second. That is Mr. J filling in for him.
Jay is no stranger to the stream. He's been on a couple times. He likes to bluff. He'll put in some light 4-bets. You know, he's in the mix.
Dude, I am loving the dynamic here as we have several younger guys that are sort of more aggressive, battle-minded type of players, and then we've also got several other guys that are more of our get into a bunch of pots and just kind of maneuver to the end and try and, you know, take a bad hand and turn it into a good hand type of mentality.
For sure.
And seeing those two go against each other is going to be a lot of fun. It's not as much fun when there's only one of the guys that plays a lot of hands, because then it's like he's getting ganged up on every time by the younger guys, and it's just hard for him to overcome the disadvantage of playing twice as many hands as the other players. But when you've got several of those guys, man, they trap the other kids and put them in the wicked spots.
It becomes a super weird dynamic where everyone is trying to maneuver against the different types of players, and all the configurations that come out of it really depend on who the seat draw. The seat draw is the most important part of the night.
No doubt. And I think especially when the younger, more aggressive players aren't respectful enough of position, they just kind of think they're going to outplay everybody all the time.
Yeah.
And then when they're not considering that enough, they can get themselves in over their head and get into some really wicked spots.
So Kai says he is friends with Athrea and takes SR's money in 500 NL online. SR is, you know, we've had him on the stream 2 times.
No doubt.
All right, guys. So a friend of Athrea is a friend of mine. Athrea is actually in the room tonight, and he's signed up as an alternate for the stream if we end up needing an alternate.
Oh, yeah.
So that should be fun.
Oh, yeah. Jacob coming in hot again with another great read that Jay is the balance between Nico and Tricky Fish. We need to get Mr. Jacob in the booth. Sounds like he's got the insight.
I'm sure he'd love that. And Jay actually knows Tricky Fish, Nico, and Jordan as well, because Jay has come to some of our home games as well. So now we've added another piece of the puzzle.
I was going to respond to that comment, but I'm not sure how to read the name. Exalic? Is that what you'd say? Shalik?
Salik.
Shalik?
Mad Professor.
Mad Professor.
Mad Professor, yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair because we're not rooting for any of the young people.
I just know them more.
Yeah.
Just giving some player backgrounds.
Yeah, actually, I would say more so, I'm not rooting for the young people. If I'm rooting for anyone, I'm rooting for the older, looser players. I want them to do well.
Yeah,
that makes the game a lot more fun whenever they're just hitting every card.
I want to see pain from the young people.
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
If anything, it would make me so happy to see 2 of my friends get into a $4,000 pot right now, and one of them just feel crushed.
No doubt. Maybe I'm rooting a little bit for Rosie since it's his stream. Like, just the Next Gen boys in general, I guess. Sometimes I'll root for them a little bit, but yeah, definitely not rooting for younger people in general over the older people. Actually, if there's anyone I could handpick to have a huge night tonight, it would probably be Mr. Regis.
Yeah, I was just about to say Mr. Regis. But Mr. Regis had a really big night last week.
Yeah, I know. Actually, as I was saying it, I was thinking, like, has Mr. Regis already had too many big nights? Should I stop rooting for that?
You know what I want, honestly? I want Tricky Fish to lose. That's what I want. Because if you know, Tricky Fish, every single time he comes on the stream, he wins over $2,000.
No doubt. He's had a sick run.
It's just been unbelievable.
And he's already up 1,000 in the first hand tonight.
Gosh, man. He needs to get punished. He needs to get punished. You know, that $1,000 pot will put him over the $10,000 profit from just the streams.
And here's a perfect example, John, of, and sorry, I didn't mean to brush over that comment. That is huge. $10,000 playing 4 hours at a time once a week. Yeah, that's awesome. But perfect example right there where the 9-4 opens from the cutoff. It's suited. Younger guy right here. Is that Mr. Mills?
That's Mills, yes.
What was the full name?
Mills Mafia.
Mills Mafia. Nice. So he opens. He's got position. He's got the aggression. He's got the range advantage. Regis defends with the King Deuce offsuit, right? And then just holds on tight, makes it to showdown. King high is good. And then you're the opener in the cutoff going, how many times in a row is this guy going to take crummy cards and then turn them into the best hand by the end, you know? And just a lot of fun to watch.
Hilarious. So I think Mills is actually one of the only younger guys we have on the stream that doesn't know everybody else. And then two people that we haven't mentioned yet would be Daryl and it's Duck. Is he going by Duck tonight or Patrick? Either way, seat 6, I believe, or seat 7, right there.
Seat 7 right
in
there.
The pink shirt there. That
nice
is
pink
Patrick.
pink
I like
pullover
it
right there.
I like it. That's actually the style of clothes I used to wear in high school.
Really?
That's how I dressed.
Like a little preppy?
Yep, really preppy.
That is surprising.
Like polo shirts and like Vineyard Vines, slacks. Like that's how I dressed every day.
That is surprising.
I went to a preppy school.
Yeah. You've embraced the poker life.
Oh, yeah. Sweatpants, slippers, T-shirts, and hoodies all day, every day. I actually, when I wake up in the morning, if I don't have any sweatpants left and I have to wear a pair of jeans, it kind of ruins the day for me.
Yeah.
Not going to lie.
I used to feel like that very, very strongly as well. And then just kind of like evolved through a bunch of different phases. So where now I don't mind it so much anymore.
I'm in that phase right now. But
In the evolution phase?
Yeah, I'm in that evolution phase where right now I just want to dress like a bum, but eventually I want to start dressing real nice, I think.
You can already see that phase coming on.
I can see the future, yeah.
You're still young.
I don't want to be 30 dressing in sweatpants every day, you know? I don't know. 30 is probably the cutoff I'd be like, yeah, it's time to grow up. It's time to start wearing some real clothes.
All right, dude. So here we get back into this action as it goes Regis call, Daryl 3-bets pre-flop, and Regis defends. No surprises there. Then Regis flops the spade draw, and there's an overcard to Daryl's 10s. Doesn't slow him down on the flop as Daryl keeps blasting, comes 250.
He's going to lead the river after he bricks here.
Yeah, check, snapped
called.
off. Yeah, this is really good hand for Daryl to call down with. He's got no spades. One of the stronger hands that he might check back on the turn. And we know Mr. Regis is not afraid to go for it at any point.
Mr. Regis going to take a hit there.
Yes, he is.
But he'll be right back in it swinging.
For sure. And Daryl would be another guy that I'd cheer for.
Daryl is a really fun guy to watch and play with. I actually played a stream with him on our, I think they're going to make it weekly. Every Friday night, we're going to have a 2-5 match the stack stream.
Nice.
I was lucky enough to be invited to play on that this Friday night.
Let's go.
And
how'd it go?
I won about $2,500.
Let's go. Nice. What a night.
It was a nice night. It was a lot of fun. Tons of gambling. The 10-20-40 was on like 30 hands. It was crazy. The 10-20 was on all the time. We actually made it a mandatory 2-5-10 game, which I expect will be happening almost every Friday.
Nice, dude. Did you have any of these guys in this game tonight in that lineup?
We did have Daryl in that lineup.
Nice. Oh, I guess that's why you thought of it.
Yeah, that is why I brought that up.
Makes
sense. It was a fun time playing with Daryl then. He's a great guy to have at the table. And I'm enjoying watching him as well.
Jacob says Regis is an inverse OMC, which just wanted to say something kind of funny about that. I saw Regis this week. He was playing in one of my 2-5 games up here. He gets up to leave the table, and I noticed that he's got on these very bright and noticeable flip-flops. They're red and green, the same colors that, oh goodness, what's the name of the designer brand that has that red and green scheme? Oh man, might have blown the story.
Oh no.
Is it
Gucci?
Is it Gucci? Maybe it is Gucci. Okay, yeah.
It's Gucci.
So he gets up. He's walking off, and somebody notices the flip-flops. I noticed them too, but I didn't say anything. Somebody asked him about him, and he's like, these are Gucci flip-flops. $550. And everyone's like, what? He's like, yeah, I don't know if they're worth it, but they sure look good. And I'm like, Regis.
Whoa.
Paid $600 for a pair of literal flip-flops, the same type of like spongy foam type substance that you would buy just in any like $5 flip-flops and wear to the beach. Regis bought his own pair. They're like kind of platforms, make him probably an inch and a half taller. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how old Regis is, but he's, you know, into his retirement age for sure. Still hopping into the Gucci store, just swinging by to pick up some $600 flip-flops. What a boss. Look at him right there. Arms crossed.
I could just see Regis rolling into the Gucci store like...
Yeah, with his walker.
Where's the flip-flops?
Yeah, with the walker, dude. Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
what a legend.
Goodness. Absolute legend, man.
Yeah, Kai says pocket change. No doubt, dude. Actually, in that same conversation, found out that Regis is a living legend of an attorney here in the DFW area. So I'm sure he's doing just fine.
Did you know, like, the Gucci flip-flops, it was actually a very popular rap song that was talking about Gucci flip-flops.
Really?
Popular with the rappers.
Maybe that's why Regis bought them. Maybe he's a fan of the song.
Maybe he's into the hip-hop scene. Oh, Quantum Z is another buddy of mine.
Nice.
And
giving some comments about Regis's wristwear.
Yep, his watch right there. I mean, he would know about the watches. He knows a lot about watches. And I would have to trust him on that. He says it's a Cartier Santos.
Nice. All right, dude, let's hop back into this action here as Mills Mafia has decided to take the Robbie for a ride. The Jack 4 offsuit bumps it up to 25. Call from Duck. As we see there, he did go by Duck tonight. That's Mr. Patrick in the pink. Jordan comes in with the squeeze. And then now Jay is behind him. Picks up the real hand. It's the pocket queens. It's the cold 4-bet time. Easy decision for Jay here to come in with the cold 4 in position. Duck feeling like a little unfortunate. It's the first hand he's gotten involved in, and he has to just let it go with no flop. And now Jordan picking his first squeeze spot. Gets 4-bet immediately. He's getting a decent price, but this hand is pretty junky.
And he is going to have to play out of position the whole way. He's going to let it go.
For sure. And I think that's a decent candidate to go for the 4-bet there. Don't mind that. You do have Mills, I would expect. I don't really know Mills personally, but my guess would be that he's a relatively tight opener from early position. I don't know why he decided to go with the Jack 4 off there. Maybe it was just for some Robbie love, wanted to show it down or something. Surprised to see that. But yeah, the ace-8 suited feels like a good candidate. You are early position open, early position call, and you're still early position yourself. But I'd rather 3-bet than flat.
Yeah, I agree. He is going to recognize that that is a tight configuration, and for Jay to be 4-betting here, especially with that size, very, very likely to be value.
Oh, yeah.
And even getting a good price, it really sucks to have to fold there with a hand that can make the nuts. It's pretty playable, but it's unfortunate, and you're just going to have to let it go. It's the right play.
Yeah, I would agree with you and think that Jay probably doesn't really have too many bluffs in that spot when it's EP open, EP call, EP squeeze.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Is that about you?
They said that I was dumb. They did say that I was dumb there. I think that was Tricky Fish calling me dumb. Yeah, okay, now they're all just roasting me.
Oh.
And I'm going to have to share that story. And, yeah, I'm going to have to share that story, guys. So, I lied, actually. Tricky Fish was on the 2-5 lineup on Friday as well.
Oh, okay, nice.
So we had one hand go down on that live stream, right? And the live stream, it was a 4-handed pot on the flop, and somebody bet the flop, and it went 4 ways to a turn. And I was certain that it was Kim Stone who had bet the flop, and everyone else had called. And Tricky Fish thought that it was another player who had bet the flop. And I was so certain that I was correct that I held up 3 purple chips and looked at him and said, "Do you want to bet?" And Tricky Fish got scared because I was so
you're
confident.
so confident.
And the guy to my left, who was actually SMU, who plays in our Knicks games sometimes, he actually said, "Yeah, I'm with Knock." Because I'm so confident. I'm just like, come on, bet it. And then he's just like, let's just do 100. I'm like, yeah, cool, $100. Let's do 100. And I was wrong.
And you were wrong.
I was
Wow,
wrong. It was
dude.
not Kim who bet the flop. It was actually somebody who I didn't even realize was in the hand.
Oh, my
And I
goodness.
almost lost $1,500.
Wow.
Because of how sure I was.
That is bold.
And I did lose the $100, but they're calling me a fish now because of that. And rightfully so, honestly.
Well, one thing to your credit, though, is you're saying that you were so sure that you almost lost 1,500, but you also were so sure that you didn't lose 1,500, because if you hadn't have acted so confident, he would have taken the bet.
Yeah, he would have taken the 1,500. The second I held up the purple chips, he's like, wait, hold on, maybe I'm wrong. And then SMU was just like, no, yeah, I think he's right. I think Kim did bet the flop.
Wow.
Like, that's the power of being confident, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to take anything away from that stream, from the stream tonight, you listen to that as Mills flops bottom set here.
Yeah, against top for Nico. And Nico was the three-better, dude. This is a four-way three-bet pot.
Oh, gosh. Let's see how Nico decides to play this. Reed just got an open-ender as well.
Yeah, this is interesting. It was Mills Mafia coming in with the cold call from the big blind. He had Mr. Regis behind him. Also had Jay as the original opener, which is a little scary. But you still want to get those fives to the flop as often as you can. He decides to this time, and it pays off big time.
He's going to get raised here immediately. And I know Nico is a very seasoned player. I don't know how he's going to react to this raise.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I don't know if I would come in with the raise or not yet.
I have seen some massive folds from Nico. Folds I didn't think that were possible, but I don't know if this is going to be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking, like, what does this guy have when he cold calls and then raises? For sure,
Look,
for sure.
He gets raised, and then this guy cold calls the raise. He's got to be sitting there.
Oh, Regis cold called the raise. I didn't even see that. Oh, my God.
And he's got to be sitting here like, am I good here? It's not going to be able to get away from it just yet.
Not yet. He does have the button, and when Mills leads on the turn, all in for 700, he might be able to get away at that point. Let's see what this turn card is. A 4 or a 9 would be devastating for Mills. Oh, it's a 10.
It's a pretty safe card.
It is. And he scoops up 80% of the equity now. Nico is drawing dead with his top. So any more money that he puts in here is just no good for him. And Mills does shove. Now, is Regis going to decide to look him up and see the river card here?
If Regis calls, I'm confident that Nico will fold.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Nico's already got to be thinking the chances of his hand being good are not very good.
Yeah. Regis does get away from
Lets it go, and now Nico's getting a price here. It's going to be 700 to win 1.7K, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1, which would mean that he needs to be good, around 30% of the time.
You can see it in his face. He's not liking it.
I mean, if you really go through Mills' range here, it's like, what does he have? Good
Great
fold, Nico.
from Nico. Great fold.
No doubt. Great fold. I think with the cold call, you might even think it's possible for Mills to have like 2 queens there.
Shows the set. I think we're gonna have to bring Nico in. Now that we know that he knows what the hand was, I think we can bring him in. See what his thought process was with that fold there. What a fold.
Let's do it. Mr. Nico getting his first appearance in the booth. Nico snap fold, says Hamilton. Almost a snap fold. John's out there wrangling in Nico for us, and here he is. Pop on those headphones, buddy.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? Gotcha. So we just watched the ace jack hand.
Yeah.
You come in with the squeeze. You get cold called. So let's just start there. What do you think in Mills' cold call range probably looks like in the big blind there?
Honestly, like, a decent amount of pairs, like suited broadways. Not really sure how wide he is in that spot.
No doubt. Would you have expected him to have pocket fives and pocket sixes in there?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So one reason that I was thinking maybe he wouldn't do that is because Jay is still left to act behind him at that point, and he's an aggressive opener. But obviously I would have been wrong, as he does end up having the fives. So I'm assuming whenever you're in the tank there, well, not even much of a tank, pretty quick fold on the turn. But when you're thinking there, are you thinking possibly jacks, maybe queens? You think you could have a hand like queens?
I thought maybe queens. Like I was thinking on the flop, like I almost wanted to fold there, like it seemed really strong, but I was thinking maybe he could have an ace-jack type hand, and I'll just call once and see. Since I actually bet sort of smaller on the flop, it let me call the raise, which ended up being less than if I had bet larger. So I was just going to see and play some turns. And then when Greed just called, I thought it made the hand a lot easier because I really didn't think he was sort of going to put in like a big bluff or maybe overvalue his hand too much with him calling as well.
You mean you think he'd slow down on the turn with Regis being in there?
So
yeah, no doubt.
As soon as he jammed the turn, I just basically, in my mind, I was already folding.
No doubt, Jared. And I think we could kind of see it on your face right there on the flop even, like you said. Like when you see that raise, you see the cold call from Regis, and now it's back on you. It's like, dang, what am I beating right now?
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't really too concerned about Regis, but...
No, not concerned that Regis has the best hand.
Yeah.
Just saying like he's another person you got to fade in the hand. He's obviously got some kind of equity at that point if he continues. And then just in your face, it's just like, oh, like... I already think I'm beat.
Sort of a 6 spot, yeah.
Yeah, 6 spot, dude. But great fold at the end, or on the turn, I guess. Able to get away there, save yourself $700.
Preserve my stack.
Preserve the stack. Try to run it up, and also just love. Just one more point that's not even about the fold, but just love the 3-bet ISO against Jay there, who you know is going to be opening.
Yeah, I didn't really think that hand would play too well, like 4 or 5 ways, but and we ended up going 4 ways anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to prevent that in this lineup, I think.
You do the right move, but it just doesn't work out.
No doubt, dude. Well, good fold. Get back out there. Good luck to you. Hopefully we'll get you back in here for scooping a big one. And that was Mr. Nico. First time on the stream, but my guess is that we will have him back in the mix at some point. And here we've got Daryl coming in with the call. This is going to be a limp over a straddle. And then Rosie going with the nice, large $75 ISO sizing with the king, queen suited. Love that size. Nico right there was just talking about wanting to be able to get the pot heads up against Jay in position, and we're mentioning that that's going to be tough in this lineup, and you might have to do things like what Rosie just did right there, which is go 75, a little 7.5x open. And now Rosie comes with a healthy c-bet. It's 9-9 deuce, rainbow board. Daryl's still with the best hand. Rosie's still with 35% equity, though. It's not like he's dead.
Clicking this button. Thank you, thank you. First one, put it on the button. 7 deuce is pretty good. Thank you, thank you. Let's start.
All right, guys. Sorry, let me get that VPIP down for you. There we go. Let's pull up our winnings real fast and see how that's going. Looks like Tricky Fish up the most right now, about $600. We've had several really big pots, but they've been back and forth a little bit, so no huge winners or losers yet. Oh, it sounds like Jay is talking about the big reveal, quote unquote, from Hustler Livestream on Max Payne Monday when the boys were playing. She wore a set of fake prosthetic breasts and then exposed them on camera, which caused them to have to take down the stream after it was over. So unfortunately for Rosie, right now that stream is not up to be reviewed. And he had that huge win, biggest win of his life, I believe by pretty wide margin. So I know he's a little bit disappointed about that having to be taken down. Let's see if they maybe blur it and get it put back up. Pretty interesting, in my opinion, that they have to take that down since it was not real. But not gonna dig too far into that. Get back to the action here where Jordan has bottom pair. Daryl's got a gut shot. And Duck has a gut shot, a backdoor flush draw, and an overcard. Pretty powerful. Ace going to be a little bit of a scare card. And it's going to give Duck a chance to take a stab here. I really love this play from him. Gets the pair to fold, and I'm sure Daryl's going to fold too, having nothing but a weak gut shot. He does. Nice move from Duck right there. Scoops in a $270 pot. Love it. And we officially have our webcam fixed. So next time we pull someone into the booth here, we're going to be able to get them on camera.
We also have our VPIP stats.
No doubt. Can pop those up for a second. Here we go. Wow, Mills Mafia, I would not have guessed, dude. It's like always surprising to me when you haven't been actually tracking or paying super close attention to how many pots someone has played, and then you see a number like that. 70% VPIP, would not have guessed that.
Now, we are already, we haven't played that many hands, so of course.
No doubt.
It's going to rely on card distribution here, but my boy Nico's sitting sub 10% right now.
For sure.
I got to needle him for it.
My guess is that means they've played like 12 hands. And he's 1 for 12.
I think they played more than 12 hands.
Have they? Oh, 25. So they played 24 hands. He played 2.
Yeah.
That makes sense. They kind of flew through him then. I knew it was going to be 12 or 24, but 24 felt like too much.
Jacob saying basically 4%. How much did we make on that bet, Jacob?
Duck has the exact same hand that he had last time. He's in there again. It's going to be Rosie opening from +3 with the Queen Jack offsuit. A little bit loose. Must be a $10 straddle on two. It's opening to 35. Gets a couple of callers.
It's Duck flopping the best hand here. Another thing to note is there is another dynamic at play between Duck, Daryl, and Jay. Very familiar with Jay's play. A little bit of a battling thing going on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jay's been like a little bit of a battling reg here at Poker House recently. I feel like I see him every time I come in.
He plays, this is where he plays whenever he does, but he doesn't play that much. Not as much as he would like, as he'll tell you.
Mr. Duck going to scoop in back-to-back pots with the exact same holding.
Let's look at our winnings so far here in the first 25 hands.
We did that while you were gone, actually, but we can pop him back up there.
There you go.
Here we go. Tricky Fish still holding on from that very first pot of the day as the leader. No real big swings yet, although we've had several big pots, but just kind of back and forth, I guess.
Evening out.
Yeah. And Sally, I'm just going to say Mad Professor.
Yeah, Mad
Just going to go with that.
Yeah, he said just Mad Professor before.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so the Mad Professor commenting about us bringing players into the booth. Love that you love it, and planning to do more of it in the future and hopefully expand on it. We are like in a very small booth right now, and we're working on making that remote so that we can set up in a larger space and then can really bring in the players, sit down at the analyst desk with us, and give them the rundown.
Yeah, we're always growing and always improving over here at Poker House of Dallas, and the live stream is no different. We've fixed a lot of quirks along the way, and we're going to keep doing that. Keep on improving.
No doubt. And actually, we just got the camera set up here. Eric popped into the booth for a second and loaded that up for us, so we now have the ability to turn on our webcam anytime we're bringing a player in, or just bring you in to chat with me and John here in the booth for a few minutes, maybe in between hands.
little side betting going on in the chat here. We got Hamilton, who's another buddy of ours,
Nice.
part of the home game that we run.
Love that.
Saying he's going to bet that Nico will be up more between him and Jordan. And we got Jacob is going to take Jordan on that bet.
Is there any kind of price on the, like, how they're doing right now?
Yeah, you're going to give odds?
Jordan is down $200 and Nico's down almost 400. So not that big of a difference.
I think the odds even out then.
Yeah, fair enough. To be fair though, if let's say they play 100 hands tonight, I mean that means Nico's only going to get into 4 spots. So and he already used up one of them and he lost.
Oh, he VP-pipped the ace-5 offsuit on the button.
Yeah,
so
he did.
He's only got...
Dude, he
2 more
wasted one of
hands.
his spots. Yeah.
He's only got 2 more hands
Forgot
to
about
get
that
into the mix. I mean, what are we going to do about this?
Oh, that's funny. Just kidding, Nico. Just kidding. I would say generally tight play has a better chance of winning. Not always. I know some guys that play pretty loose that seem like crushers, but like Regis. Seems like every time I see Regis, he's got a monster stack.
He's crushing. Shout out to Capitalist, a.k.a. Bagsby.
You know who that is, too?
This is another one of our buddies.
I mean, if he's a world-class mixed games player, you need to get him in here on
He's
Tuesdays.
not a world-class mixed game player.
I mean, world-renowned specialist is what I'm hearing.
I bet he wouldn't even know how to play half the games we play. But he can prove that. He can prove us wrong by showing up on
doubt.
Mixed Madness Tuesdays.
Oh,
here
yeah.
at Poker House in Dallas.
Here on Tuesdays, 1 p.m. start time. We've been playing stud and draw games every week. Game runs all day, all evening, all night. If you're interested in playing some mix, I've had like 10, 20, 15, 30, and 20, 40 games go off, but usually 15, 30. He says, yup, he is. Come prove it, my man.
Come prove it in these Badusi streets.
Yeah. Ooh, Jacob. Not how you spell Badoogie, my man.
Capitalist gets banned from spamming caps. Oh, justice is served.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. I love using caps.
Yeah, I know, but it's...
How long does he get banned for?
I don't actually think it bans him. I think it just deletes his messages.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Because you don't want people coming in here and just spamming the chat, especially if there's not a mod to take care of it.
I mean, writing a couple words in all caps seems like not a spam.
Well, to be fair, he did send like 7 messages in all caps. Blake, it is not Match the Stack tonight. Our Match the Stack 2-5 stream will be on Friday nights. This is the Next Gen Savage Sunday 2-5 game. It is a 1,500 cap on this game.
And Jay gonna take that one down. He makes a little stab with a flush draw and gets Rosie off a pair. Got Mr. King in the box, repping the Cowboys jersey. Is that Dak Prescott number 4? Assuming.
Got a straddle for 10. What?
There's a lot of cap going on in the chat right now.
Yeah.
A lot of presumptuous things. I mean, wrote the book on 7 deuce triple draw. Come on now. Oh my goodness. All right.
Daryl picks up a real hand here in the hijack and opens it up to 45. Let's see if he gets any action. He's got all these nitty young guys behind him. Okay, he's got Mafia in the blind, in the straddle, pardon me. Gonna give him some action.
Daryl's got to love that flop.
Oh yeah, it's about as clean as it gets for ace queen.
He's going to bet it.
Yeah, let's see if Mafia gives him a light pool here. No. Does have the backdoor draws, 1 overcard, but I think Daryl went a little bit big to get floated by a hand like that.
I think he gets floated by King Jack of Spades. I will accept that bet. You know where to find me.
You gonna play deuce for rolls?
I'll play deuce for rolls. It's the only game I actually feel like I know how to play.
Is Duck still running his weekly stream?
It's not a stream. They just play in the back room.
Okay.
Private game.
The 125?
125, $1,000 buy-in.
Great game. I've played it a couple of times. Duck came in here earlier and was telling us a couple of our buddies have taken quite a bit of money out of that game.
That's true. That is true. I was fortunate enough to book a big win on the one time that I played there.
Nice.
Daryl plays in that game as well.
Yeah.
And Jay sometimes is in there. Hope to play in that game again sometime. If they'll have me.
So we got Daryl flopping the best of it here. Duck's got a gut shot. Jay C-bets with the pocket threes. Likes the board.
Was he the pre-flop raiser?
Yeah, he was. This was a limp from Daryl and oh boy.
It's a welcome turn card for Daryl.
Yeah, nice float from Daryl right there to be able to see this turn card.
I think that Jay would actually bluff off on a lot of cards, but I don't know if this is one of them.
Yeah, this is a board that's better for his range, but he might have some showdown value. Daryl's going to be calling the flop here with maybe some gut shots and or some flush draws. So could just go to showdown with his 2 threes.
Yeah. I think that...
Now in the end, it's going to be a snap fold, I think.
Yeah. I mean, but Jay and Daryl know each other more than we know. So maybe Jay is he's thinking about something here. Looks like he is, at least.
I'm not sure what he would be thinking about. What's he going to try and rep here?
I have no idea what he would be repping here.
I mean, King 10, I guess, is a possibility of a hand that would make it to the end in this line, but it's kind of stretching a little bit. Paired board, too. Don't usually try and go for a bluff that represents a straight on a paired board when it's like one of the only hands I could even have.
I'm with you. It did look like he had some devious thoughts on his mind, though.
He did.
And I do know that Jay and Daryl have quite a history.
Yeah, no doubt. And I certainly don't doubt that Jay had some devious thoughts on his mind. I never doubt that. I just don't know that there was
Enough
really much
execution there.
Yeah, not enough hope for it going your way. I mean, when you check back the turn, it feels like it kind of limits you on what you're going to represent with a river raise there.
Yeah. We have Mills, if you saw that, implementing the card rub, as I like to do when I'm on the streams. Not necessary, but...
Onto the little tracker thing?
Yeah, you know, you grab the cards. Like, his version of it was to put one card stationary and put one finger on the card and to massage that top card.
Nice, yeah.
Mine is to hold one card with my thumb and one with my finger and go like that.
The double massage.
The double massage, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really all about... I mean, it brings you good luck, I think.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course. I don't think anyone would doubt that. Sort of a free roll all these other guys are missing out on.
Rosie picking up a real hand on the button here.
Yes,
Going to isolate some limps and go heads up with Mr. Regis in position. Regis got a real hand here.
Another nice healthy sizing from Rosie to drive out some of this other action and get himself heads up in position. Not a good window card for him. Oh, and a king behind it. Little bit of something for both. There's 3 spades on board.
Should slow both players down, but I expect Rosie to go small here. I like 40. He's going to go big, though.
Yeah, he is. Goodness. He's going to try and charge a hand that has a spade in it.
And what do I know? Because Regis is going to call him.
Yeah, Regis fearless. He ain't going nowhere with a pair.
You think that size up was an exploit?
Definitely. Definitely do. I think he expects Regis to call wider. Also bluff sometimes if you go smaller. Kind of wants to, like, look intimidating, put a little stopper to the action, and I think that's a great play when you can still get called by worse hands.
And I've actually played with Regis a bunch, and as we see on the live streams, I'm pretty sure he's going to be calling with any spade here. Any spade he's going to be calling. So he's going to charge that spade.
No doubt.
250 here.
No doubt.
He's going to get snap fold here.
Yeah,
I think Regis just calling there to see if Rosie was serious about his hand.
for sure, and try and improve his hand. I'm sure Regis just think about those 5 outs. Hitting a jack or a queen. And not this time. And obviously Rosie targeting some other hands with that sizing. Not trying to get called twice by queen jack. No spade. And also happy just to take that pot down.
Got a straddle for 10.
It's always a little intimidating when you're playing against a player like Regis who's capable of having like any 2 cards at any time. And then you get a board like that you're like, well, I have to bet for value here. He's definitely calling me with worse hands, but I also know he's capable of just ripping it in my face at any point.
Yeah, like every time you put a chip in the pot, you could hear those 2 words.
Exactly.
Raise 40.
Sometimes it doesn't even matter how much is in the pot. Rosie getting a little loose here. I like it.
Okay. A little $40 open from the cutoff. Got a straddle on.
He's like, move over, guys. I can play too.
Yeah, and he's got Regis in the straddle there. Could be one of the reasons that he's opening. Knows he's going to get some light action.
Well, he's going to get punished. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to get punished right away.
Duck's got a real hand. Jordan a little sad. He thinks he's got a real hand too, but not compared to Duck's.
As you can see the pause there and the look to the ceiling. Just a little upset. Wants to get in the action more. He's got all his friends home watching.
Yeah.
Wants to get involved.
That's always a little dangerous.
I would not be surprised to see Tricky Fish or Jordan eventually just get tired of waiting and start opening up the range very wide, especially Tricky Fish.
Oh, no, my wife had work, so I had to skip the game. So take care of my 2-year-old. She's a blast. She's crazy.
But she's asleep by what time?
Depends on how well she negotiates. Sometime between 7:30 and 8:30. She's a 2-year-old.
Still no
She knows
straddle
how
there?
to negotiate already.
Straddle for 10.
Some funny table chat going on.
Fold, fold.
Give us a little feedback on the audio in here, boys. Are you able to hear the table chat loud enough? Is the commentary mics, are they clear? Is the audio clear? We've had a couple of times in the past where it sounds clear to us on the headphones, but then when we go back and watch it, the audio sounds a little muddy. So
How's it sounding to you guys out there? And when you're telling us that, also let us know, where are you watching from?
yeah. And we got a couple of real hands here, and we just talked about Jordan might get himself in trouble.
He's waking up with a real hand here in the small blind. He's going to 3-bet it.
And he's got Regis right behind him with the 2 kings.
Ooh. Oh, man.
Yeah, and then wondering like how much trouble he's going to get himself into from having that like, I really want to get in there type of attitude, because this is a spot where he might convince himself to continue. He did have the raise from Duck on the button, so it's 3-bet, cold 4-bet, as opposed to open 3-bet, which might help him get away from it.
This
Could also depend on the sizing.
Yeah, this is going to be a cold 4 from Regis here.
My dad. Should I even look at my hand? Yes.
We got Abby Poker in the chat. Nice to see you, Abby Poker. I believe we briefly met at a TCH live stream one time.
Nice.
I don't need a lot better than that, but I need better.
Thank you guys for the
We
feedback.
got Jack Peterson in the chat.
Oh, yeah,
telling us the
Mr.
table
Jack.
needs to be a little louder. I think we have that fixed.
Mr. Jackie P scooping in a monster session last night. What a hero. Won almost $9,000 playing 2-5 here at Poker House of Dallas. If you too want to win $9,000 playing 2-5, all you need to do is show up to Poker House of Dallas and also run like Jack. So showing up is the easy part. Life goals on trying to run like Jack, but
Yeah, seriously.
what a hero.
Jordan's going to be disciplined and realize that he's beat. He's going to get out of there. But a frustrating night so far for him. And to answer your question, Abby Poker, Frankie is living the dream in Vegas right now, you know, playing the 10-20 game at the Wynn, hanging out with celebrities, you know, just doing Frankie things.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Jack was supposed to be here tonight. We're not exactly sure on his location. We got to put out an APB on him, figure out what's going on. I'd assume it has something to do with school.
Yeah.
I would guess.
He is finishing up finals for his MBA program, so good luck to Jack, a.k.a. Jello.
Jacob pointing out something that I noticed as well. It looks like the audio is not synced up with the video.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate.
it is. I don't think there's anything we can do about that at the moment, though.
There is not, but we'll make sure we get that sorted.
All right, got to raise to 80, folks.
Yeah, Abby, Frankie actually played on the 2550 vlogger live stream for 12 hours. The bunch of well-known vloggers just a couple of days ago, and he is still out there in Vegas participating in the WPT at the Wynn. Rosie no longer a nit. Never been a nit. The difference between tight and nitty.
Give him a little jab, you know. Give him a jab.
A little jab.
A little mental, verbal sparring, you know. He did just open up the 8-7 off from the cutoff. That's not something a nit would do, so he's got that going for him.
That's all he needs. Just remember that forever.
We got 62 of you guys in here. Make sure you hit that like button for us and let us know in the chat where you're watching from still. We got a really, really good interaction with everyone today. We just need to see a little bit more likes.
Ooh, I'm going to go on there and snap that like button.
Oh, what are you doing? You didn't like it
Boom,
yet?
I'm in.
Oh, man.
I'm in.
He's
It's
late,
done.
He's late to the party. We got 17 likes right now. Let's get that number up to 50, guys. Let's bump it up.
Oh, yeah.
We can get 50.
Oh, yeah. And Jordan took down his first little potski there while
While we were distracted talking about Frankie Badass, as you call him.
Oh, yeah.
Central New York,
Yep.
my home state.
Let's go.
Hitting
Matt
close to
Prof.
home.
How are you? How did you get in the space to find this live stream? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask. How'd you find us? And spend your time on Sunday evening chilling with us. Man, we appreciate that. All of you guys that are here. Appreciate y'all joining us. We're having a good time.
Still, Jay was a weak player and he wanted to stay.
Yeah, I got you, Eddie.
Yeah, we did notice that.
Okay, dude, we've got multiple very playable hands here. We've got 3 pocket pairs in the mix. Let's see if they make it to the flop. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that Jay is going to make that tough on him. He's got Nico directly behind him now, dude. This is going to be interesting to see how Nico plays this because this was open, multiple calls. Great squeeze spot for Jay, which we know is a very active squeezer. He does have a hand this time. He's got the pocket tens. And now he's got Nico in position on him with the king-queen suited. Oh, and Nico just lays it down. Very surprised to see that.
I think he was thinking about his stack size and what would be the proper thing to do here. I know that he's thinking that he can put in the cold 4 here.
What is his stack size there?
His stack size was 900, facing a 175
Yeah.
3-bet.
Yeah, there's
No,
not
he
really
would have
a play,
to
huh?
shove.
You have to shove. Yeah.
And I guess he was deciding he's going to put his money to better use than shoving with king-queen suited.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's $335 out there in the middle. But Jay is squeezing from out of position. Also fair. And Eddie popping us with the super chat. Let's go, Eddie. I think that's the first super chat that I've seen pop up since I've been doing commentary. Appreciate that very much. And just letting everyone know that they can donate and super chat as well.
We have some high
it.
praise here. This stream makes my Sundays from Jasmine.
Wow.
Appreciate that. Abby's saying she's watching from Chicago while on the treadmill. Dedication right there, Abby.
go,
Dedication.
dude. I feel like we're getting the female ratio up here too.
Hell yeah, guys. Represent.
that.
It's usually just Tammy in the chat.
And Kim.
And Kim. Kim is in the chat as well.
Eddie says, started on Friday. One of those perks of hitting that 1K subscriber count, I believe.
That's huge.
No doubt. Appreciate you guys getting us there for that. I was here in the booth when that happened a couple of weeks ago.
Jacob saying that Nico should 4-bet click it versus the squeeze. Don't know if he had enough to do that, though. Have to make it over a third of his stack. Tough spot.
So Rosie going to be balancing that limping range here. We've seen him do it with a couple of strong hands. Now he does it with pocket sixes. Doing it with those strong hands gives you the opportunity to do it with these sixes and try and get their equity to the flop. Makes it really hard for anyone to bet you off of your hand without seeing those first 3 cards come out.
Limps around to the straddle. Nico is going to put in that raise to $75.
Yeah, no doubt. And you see that actually works out perfectly here for Rosie as he gets to just smooth call the 75, take the flop. If he had have opened and got the multiple callers, I think we would still have seen Nico go with the squeeze here. But now he can only go to something like 75. Well, I would probably go a little bigger personally, but he can go to like 75 here. And there's not much he can really do to force Rosie off of his hand. If it was a big 3-bet squeeze, he would have had to fold, but this time not going to matter. It's a great flop for Nico.
A great flop for Nico there. Praying that Rosie has something.
And now Nico is going to check after being the raiser. I'm very surprised to see that. This is a board that typically... Oh, my gosh. And he's going to pay for it. Oh, snap.
Oh, my goodness, no.
We're up out of our seats here in the booth, guys. Oh, my gosh, what a card. There are 2 clubs out there, which are going to make some other hands that Nico can't beat. It could somehow help him get away from this.
Wow, that card took me to my feet.
Yeah, I'm so surprised he didn't just c-bet the flop here. Would have just taken it down.
Hamilton says, frick, I'm losing the bet.
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. There's some river
Nico
cards
does
that will
have some
save him.
outs. Yeah, he's got 20% equity here.
And that's not one of them.
No, it's not. And Rosie just calls on the turn. So there's still like 2.2 or so pot bet left here. So it's going to be kind of tough to get it all in. It's going to be bet shove most likely, or if Nico checks, then he's definitely not going to lose it all. If it goes bet and shove, oh, it's going to be agony for Nico. And I wouldn't be surprised if he still finds a fold, but...
I mean, he did check the flop. He's probably thinking of that. He's under-repped his hand a lot.
All right. So Nico's going to lose 250 here. Is he going to lose the rest of it? He's going to have another 550 back. And when Rosie shoves all in...
It's just one of those spots that when you hear the all-in, you're just never good. Unless you think that Rosie's turning a hand into a bluff. You're just never good.
And Rosie does it kind of quickly. That feels a little strong to me, but...
Nico knows.
Oh, he knows. Look at the look. Oh, my gosh. He goes, no, what happened?
How did this happen to me?
Oh, my gosh. And
oh, no.
my guess is that he's thinking Rosie made clubs.
Yeah, I would think that as well, but it's just...
I mean, I'm sure Nico does have it running through his head. He could have sixes because of the line. Limp, call, check, check. 6 makes sense, but...
This is just a real tough one for Nico. He knows he's no good.
Yeah.
He knows it, but sometimes it's really hard to actually pull the trigger and fold.
Yeah, and he's getting 600 to win about 1.4K, something like that, 1.3K.
And I bet what's going through his mind right now is it ever possible that he does this with worse for value? And I would have to say no. I don't think there's any worse hand that's shoving for value here.
No, I don't really think so either.
Lil Boat's commenting that the club could save him. It could.
Is there any way Rosie could have a worse 10 that checks back? I mean, a worse ace, I'm sorry. Ace 10 suited. No.
Gets away from it again.
Great fold, Nico.
Good
Great fold.
Tough night so far, but making good decisions.
Yeah. And kind of loses the minimum there.
He does lose the minimum.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he could have just won if he bet the flop, but.
Right, true. True. Yeah, that is tough right there. Have to put that one on the shelf. If we get Nico back in here, I want to ask him about that.
Sure.
See if see why he decided to check on that flop. Also, you guys just in the chat, let us know whenever you want us to bring a player in. They are just a few steps outside of this door, so
If we get enough requests for a particular player to be brought in the booth, we will we'll bring them in. But it's got to be there's got to be a reason to bring them in. Though.
yeah, sure, sure. Jasmine's saying Mr. Regis looks like a sweet old man and a savage at the same time, and I could not agree more.
He does. Look at him. He just he looks like every single time you talk to him, he immediately gets a big smile on his face. And when he talks to you, but when he's sitting at the table, he is not to be messed with.
No, he's not.
And we are going to, after this hand, be showing some of the graphics, Scalawag. Sorry about that. We were not showing that as much. Jordan finally with a hand does not get the flop he wants. He's going to see bet it anyway.
And he does have the best hand, so pretty good chance he'll take it down here.
And we spoke wrong. Daryl's going to call with ace high and backdoors. Going to drill a pair.
Jordan checks, feeling a little sticky, gonna float. Maybe hopes his ace high is still good occasionally.
Brick on the end. Does bring in backdoor spades.
Brick on the end. That'll help Jordan get to showdown. I don't think he was probably gonna call another bet anyway. But showdown no good. Pair of nines gonna scoop it. Jordan probably feeling a little frustrated to see that hand showdown against him, knowing there was only 3 outs on the turn.
Definitely was. So let's take a look at our V-pips here.
Sure, pop them up.
There's the cumulative winnings, and here's our V-pips.
So Mills has cooled off a little bit. He was playing 70% of his hands earlier. Now
Nico's
down under
heated
60. Oh, yeah. Nico up to the 10% mark. Let's go. Cracks the double digits.
And we'll take a look at PFR, too. Jay with the 24% V-pip leading the pack there. Notice Nico playing 8% PFR with a 10% V-pip.
Say it one more time.
Nico playing 10% V-pip but an 8% PFR. What do you think about those stats?
Playing 10-8?
10-8.
Feels like that stat is not right.
It's got to be.
Just trying to think. I thought that he just called a couple of times, but he definitely just limped with the ace-5
I
offsuit.
think that's the only time.
Is that the only hand he didn't raise? So he must have been involved in 5 hands now.
Abby correcting herself. My boy Rosie's not a nit. 29% out here. We're playing hands. Yeah, they're roasting me out there. I'm not there to defend myself.
Yeah, that's brutal, dude.
It's unfortunate.
And we've got an interesting one here as Mills has the 7 deuce. There's a $25 bounty on that 7 deuce, guys. So that is very
tonight?
significant. Yeah, that's what Eric was saying.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo.
Yeah, and Mills has the best hand here with his 7 deuce. So Regis might go for it. He's got the open ender and nothing. No, doesn't this time. Is he going to go for it on the river?
Oh, and he drills it.
Oh, my gosh. Doesn't
He
need
always
to.
drills it.
I know. Why was I even thinking that he might need to go for it? He's just always going to get there.
What size is he going to choose here?
Got a bid of 150.
He's going to go 150.
Oh, and Mills is going to take a deep sigh here and think, man, there's an extra $200 in this pot. Well,
Calls
no
it.
deep sigh, just snap call.
No deep sigh.
No good. Doesn't get the bounties. Oh, my gosh.
Saves the table money.
I thought you had a flush for a second. I was like, this?
We'll take a look at our stack sizes here.
God, that was so good. I got the 9 or a Jack or 10.
So no one's really running away too much with it here. We got a couple over 2K. It would be Rosie and Tricky Fish. And we got some short stacks, which would be Nico and... Nico back up to 1,000. I think he topped up. Joining down at 550.
And we're about 40 hands into our stream here. Been going about an hour and a half, guys. And this is a 4-hour stream. We're here every Sunday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for the Next Gen Poker 2-5 1500 cap live stream. It's Savage Sunday. We're here at Poker House of Dallas.
Thanks for sticking it out with us so far. We're up to 27 likes on the stream. We got to get that number up, guys. You guys can click the like button.
Yes,
Helps us out a ton.
There's 60 of you in here right now. Just smack that button. It's a total freebie. Look at all this work that we put in for your entertainment.
And are you entertained?
Are you not entertained? Just click that button. Hit the subscribe button as well so you can be back with us every Sunday. Don't forget.
So, a fun fact. Last week we introduced the Ace King soundbite.
Oh, yeah. Ace King.
This group of guys you're looking at right now invented that phrase.
Oh, I see.
Evan, I think, was the one who coined it, a.k.a. Tricky Fish.
Tricky Fish.
But Nico Jordan, very
Right.
involved
Okay.
in its proliferation.
I got you. We're going to have to mix a few of those in tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, we will. It's only right.
Mills getting involved in another pot with Regis immediately. Flop's pretty good. 2 overs, open ender, backdoor flush draw. But Regis has the over pair to both of his cards, so Mills actually in worse shape than he thinks. Brick on the turn leaves him at 10% equity. He's going to have to hit that open ender.
Does not, but it is 4 spades.
Yeah.
Regis hitting his flush.
Got a bid of 175. 175.
And, okay, that was just the audio off a little bit there.
Didn't it look like it looked like
Yeah, it looked like he had snap called. I was like, dang, you misread his hand. No, it's Mr. Regis snap calling, and Mills Mafia losing back-to-back pots against Regis. Oh, that's going to just send the steam coming out of his ears, I bet. Regis calls, takes about 20 seconds to flip his cards over.
It's always a sweat.
Yeah, and of
with
course
Mr.
Mills
Regis.
knows he's no good after he
Yeah.
gets called, so he's just sitting there waiting for Regis to flip over his card.
It's always like that whether he's got it or whether he doesn't. So it's
Oh,
always
boy.
a sweat. You're just sitting there just like, does he
Oh,
have the
yeah.
nuts or does he have a bluff? He's
For
always just
sure.
going to like put the chips in slow and then flip the cards over.
He's giving us some unintentional slow rolls for Savage Sundays.
So hilarious.
Don't
I
think
love
he's
it.
doing that on purpose. I think he's just methodical with his actions.
Yeah. If I can still be playing poker at the level that Mr. Regis does when I'm his age, I'll consider life a win.
For sure,
at that
dude.
point.
For sure. Mr. Regis has done himself well,
Yes, he has.
I would say, in this life. Crushed it professionally, made it to a nice ripe old age, and still here kicking the butts of these younger guys. Nico just overlimps the pocket fours, going to create a little separation between that PFR and VPIP.
Nico plays mostly online, where you have to keep your VPIP and PFR pretty close together to be competitive in his mind, I'm sure.
Fair enough.
Instead of the 7 deuce bounty, we should do a jack 4 bounty, but it has to be jack of clubs, 4 of hearts. And you win $50. You win $50. That would be a bit of a complex stuff. Yeah. 20. That'd be tough for the viewers.
Oh, Jay getting shut down immediately on the jack.
Shut down. Shut down.
I think I'd have to agree. You don't want the suits to be that specific.
Yeah,
but
I agree, but
Jack 4 offsuit as the new bounty instead of 7 deuce to me is kind of a slam dunk.
yeah, I like it.
I mean, 7 deuce is like always chosen because it's quote unquote the worst hand in the game. I mean, Jack 4 offsuit is really no better in a 9-handed game than 7 deuce is.
Yeah, that's true.
They're both extremely junky. Did it look like Jay was racking up there?
I actually didn't catch a look at that. I would say he's definitely not. But
Could possibly mean the Jello's here.
oh, maybe he only had the seat until Jello got here.
Could be. Or it could be that they kicked him off for the Jack 4 idea.
Yeah, but the idea was so bad. They were just like, you know what, Jay? Like, I'm not even dealing with this today. Just go.
Get out of here.
Just get out of here.
Just leave.
Go tell your 1-2 table if they want to do the Jack 4 bounty.
Wait, a freaking bounty where you only have one combo? Yeah, looks like someone is taking Jay's seat, and I think that might be...
That is our boy, Jello.
There he is.
there.
Mr. Jello is in the mix.
Sapping up Rosie. What's good, brother? I'm here. Better late than never. And this is going to add another dynamic because of the 3 next-gen boys. We have invited Jello to our home game the most.
Yeah.
So now
he knows
Jello
these guys.
is very aware of all of these players' tendencies, and that will add another dynamic, especially given his seat placement, which is directly to the right of Tricky Fish.
And Nico.
And Nico. I think that if Jello is aware of this configuration, he will be flatting a lot of hands.
Trying to let these guys squeeze.
Yep.
And snapping them with the back raise, huh?
I think this will be happening.
Let's see.
That would be my strategy against the people on my left. Especially Tricky Fish.
So it looks like we got Mills just calling a $25 open, and Jordan coming in with the squeeze with the ace-queen from the big blind. And Mills going to peel in position, and he's still got the best hand. Let's see how long he can hold on. Jordan's going to keep coming. I would expect that Mills is probably going to float once. He does. $10 is a good card for Mills. It's kind of unlikely Jordan had a 10. Does eliminate a few combos of those 10x hands, but also just kind of a clean card. If he was good on the flop, he's still good now. He gets a check from Jordan. It's also good because it's a card that Jordan probably is not going to want to barrel that often. Sort of counterintuitive to keep barreling on that card. And Mills holds on. He's got the best hand, and with the way this action has gone, I would expect him to get to showdown one way or the other. Yep, and he's going to. It goes check, check. Jordan shows the ace-queen with a little bit of confidence. Looked like he might have still been hoping that ace-high was good, but not this time. And you can kind of see on Jordan's face there the frustration mounting a little bit. Pull up our win chart here. Yeah, and we got Jordan there near the bottom of the list. Only down $700, which is really nothing in this game. That can change in no time, but that $700 loss is written on his face a little bit there. We saw he looked a little bit frustrated after that hand.
I'm sure he'll be happy when he's watching this back, though, to see he's making the correct decisions.
For sure. I think he probably would have had to come 3 times in that hand to get the job done. I don't think a second barrel would have got Mills off the 2 6s. Jack Peterson back in the chat. Thanks for listening, Jack. Appreciate you being in here with us, saying Jello, the VIP, gets to just kick Jay right out of his seat. No doubt. That's what you get when your name's on the title of the stream.
Did I miss a big hand?
Not really. We just had a squeeze attempt from Jordan with the ace-queen. And Mills Mafia defended with 2 6s and then floated against the c-bet, and they checked it down. And 6s was good.
Ah, I see. Got it.
Looks like Reina is really working hard on the Streamlabs gambling with your points thing.
I was about to say, it just seems like they got it down to a science
Yeah,
now.
what a hustle. What do those earn you? Anything?
I don't think it earns you anything. Not that I know of.
Just fun.
Yeah.
Just for a little fun, all right, Reina? Keep battling in those Streamlabs streets.
They're trying to get Nico to triple.
Come on, Nico.
I think Evan just paid for $15 of the straddle. And I think Nico's putting on the triple. He is.
Oh, boy. Here we
Triple's
go.
on.
So we are 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 in this hand, guys.
This is what we were doing almost every hand at on the Friday game.
Wow.
It was terrifying, honestly. Because it was match the stack. We had like a 4K stack average.
Oh, yeah.
And we're playing.
And then you're just playing 100 big blinds deep.
Yep.
And you're going, dang, this could go in easily.
This could go in. We play a 10K pot. Like.
No doubt.
115, 115. Fold, fold, 115.
So we got Mills just opening over the $40 straddle to 115, about 3x with the ace-jack offsuit. Nobody with anything playable yet behind him. And is Nico going to defend here? These straddles also put players that are generally very experienced into spots that they're not as familiar with. Like Nico here having about 25 blinds. And then trying to decide, does he want to defend versus a slightly less than 3x open. Plus has that extra $35 of dead money in the pot that normally isn't there. A lot of things to consider.
Nico deciding he's not going to get involved with the 10-8 offsuit when he has 15 big blinds.
Yeah, 25, I believe, right?
Oh, he has more black chips on top of there than I saw. Yeah, Jack Peterson saying he was confused. It was confused for Jello on 3 separate occasions last night in the 2-5 game.
Really? That's funny.
Which makes it even more confusing because we were both named Jack.
Yeah, like, hey, are you Jack?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I am.
Big fan, man. Wait.
Like, really? That's funny.
Jacob getting cooler than the Streamlabs streets. He's only got 2 points. That's not enough to gamble.
Ooh, ouchie.
It's just like when you're short of the min buy for the juicy game. What are you going to do?
Take a loan? Just kidding. Got 3 intersecting hands here. Still comes a jack on the flop.
Wow. Mills just dominating both hands, and they get what they need, the 2 outer.
Yeah, he does have a gut shot, so he's not dead. I don't know if he's going to get to see that next card. He's going to go 105. Daryl has Tricky Fish outkicked. And Tricky Fish going to make an extremely disciplined and good fold. He was pipped, able to get away from top pair for a single bet.
That surprises me.
Great fold from Tricky Fish.
That very much surprises me.
Doubt. He did have another player behind him who I believe was the initial aggressor. And then Daryl leading into 2 players. So Daryl representing some strength there.
For a big size, too. That pot.
And I'm sure that has something to do with it. Still a great fold, though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would have made the fold. It's a good fold. I probably would have thought that Daryl could be doing this with a range of hands.
Yeah.
And felt like I need to call once.
Yeah, just
He gets
peel
away
one
from
time.
it. Yeah, he gets away from it, though. Especially because your call looks really strong. So it's likely that Mills will then fold. He'll have to play pretty face up, and it's going to be hard for him to continue. And then you get to play in position to Daryl for the rest of the hand, I believe. Or was Daryl on the button there? I missed that. No, Daryl led, so he was in the small blind. So, yeah, you could play in position to Daryl for the rest of the hand. Tough spot, though.
Yeah. Hamilton. Nice.
I like it.
It's not the chair that's vibrating. He's got one of those special instruments, I heard.
That's a powerful one. Damn.
Oh, love it. Matt Professor is saying he's giving us a shout out, saying we're the second best stream in poker. Oh my gosh, what a compliment right there. Appreciate that very much. And we are only getting better, dude. We got so much stuff in the works to continue improving the stream. Like we mentioned, possibly move into a remote booth at some point. Trying to get some of the aesthetics around the actual table a little cleaner. We had someone mention like moving those trash cans earlier, little things like that. We're actually thinking about getting black curtains to make it look like it's sort of in an exclusive room.
Yeah, that could be interesting, but I think a big thing about it is that it's just kind of in a cramped space. I think what would be interesting to bring up, and we could see what everyone in the chat thinks about this, as a possible improvement, would be to move the live stream into one of the back rooms entirely.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
where it was originally, but
Yeah.
I think that they're going to probably push back with how much work they've already put into building this space out.
That's fair. I mean, and that's definitely fair.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit cramped in the corner. And then if you put the curtains up, it'll definitely make it even more cramped
Yeah, it looks
back
like
there.
it's a very small space. I'm with you. The HD cameras is something we are also aware of, Adrian. That's coming down the line. Those are a little more expensive than some of these aesthetic fixes that we're talking about.
Yeah, very expensive cameras.
Yeah, I think that the really good ones are around $1,000 a pop, and you got to buy like 8 or 10 of them to pull off a stream like this. So.
Evan calling blind from the small blind.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what they were talking about here. And Evan's not going to be super stoked when he looks down and sees that 7-4 offsuit.
Looks down and checks dark. Drill's the best hand. But it's Daryl with the lion's share of the equity.
Yeah, and Daryl's going to keep coming. Tricky Fish going to hold on. Yeah, this is basically a dead coin flip between a pair and a draw.
Drills it.
Right. 350.
You bet
Whoa.
100 blind?
Yeah, and
I was ahead until the river.
that was an interesting... I couldn't even keep up with all of that.
It was like snap
Yeah,
betting.
how interesting that... Or how fast that played out. We know Daryl made the nuts on the end and then goes for the raise, and Tricky Fish, of course, folds, but he loses another $100 in the process. Looks like he made some kind of... I guess he's just turning his 7 into a bluff.
I think he was what we would call spazzing out.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're never getting called by a worse hand there, of course. I mean, you have a little bit of blocker potential trying to get to showdown, I guess, but it just feels like a weird hand to do it with.
He was like, I'm not going to call blind and then just passively lose this hand.
Yeah. I don't know if Daryl's the guy that I'm going to try and bluff off a better pair, though.
I think
for 100.
I think I'm very justified in saying that was a punt.
So, Matt Professor asking a very interesting question here. What do the commentators think of checking dark in general? I'll just lead by saying I never do it myself. Yeah. I do think that it could be a really interesting, like, kind of speech play style dynamic. I know that's not exactly speech play, but sort of in that, like, psychological gameplay dynamic to throw it in there occasionally. Maybe like in some spots where you're planning to range check after defending out of position. But I don't know. It just feels like they don't come up often enough. And it always feels to me when I've considered doing it in the past that it's not worth the benefit that I get from checking dark as opposed to the very small percentage chance that I'd rather have of changing my mind and deciding to lead.
Yeah.
You know, because you've given up that chance, right?
I do lead flops sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
You have, especially like when you call from the big blind or something like that, and like you get like a 3-4-5 flop or something like that. Like, you don't want to take any tools out of your toolkit.
Yeah, I guess that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
And
great way to put that.
And to be fair, not making any accusations here, but I've only ever seen bad players do it in my experience.
Yeah, which actually could be one of the main reasons why I would even consider it is because it's a very, very cheap way to put off the impression that you yourself are a bad player.
Yeah, that's a psychological thing you could consider.
Right, like, because there are spots where I'm basically range checking, and spots where I'm going to consider leading. And so on the spots where I'm basically range checking, like, you're giving up very little. And if it could, like, make a couple of the more experienced players at the table go, oh, dang, that guy just checked dark. He probably, like really, you're right. Like, when I see someone do it, I, like, kind of target them as, like, they don't understand that well to, like, that they might want to lead here.
Yeah, like they've just completely given up an option.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And that's my opinion on it. I mean, I feel like the only time that you would do it is if you're like in like a 4-bet pot and now you're just like, okay, well, I'm not going to lead in a 4-bet pot almost ever. I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah.
So
But then it's like very strange. You're like trying to whip out a brand new tool while you're in the middle of a 4-bet pot.
Yeah, and it's just like, why don't I just wait until the flop comes out and then snap check?
Yeah.
There's no point to it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if the opponent like expects you to be range checking anyway. It's not like he is going to be that fooled by the fact that you checked in the dark.
Yeah, I don't even understand what benefit people think they have when they do it. I think it's really just like a cool thing where they're just like, I know people normally check to the aggressor, so I'm just going to like show that I know that by checking before the cards are even out. Like some weird thing, but it doesn't bring you any advantage.
Dude, we just had a very interesting fold right here by Nico, a great fold.
And an interesting flop.
Yeah, well, this was a lead from Rosie and just a call from Duck, and then Nico folds the queen on the flop. And Rosie is in big, big trouble here.
Well, we'll have to get back to that fold in a minute because there is something I'd like to say about that.
Yeah, I'm assuming Duck's going to come in with the raise now. He's got the nuts. A club comes on the turn, which could be a little bit of a concerning card and makes you not want to just call again. Yeah, he does go for the raise. It's a very
small raise.
Yeah, very gentle sizing, which is going to allow Rosie to call here. I mean, Rosie's got to be thinking he almost assuredly has the best hand, especially when Duck just flats on the flop. You kind of discount some of those straight combos. Knows it's possible that Duck still has a straight, but not very likely Duck has jacks or queens. So Rosie thinking, like, if he doesn't have a straight, I've basically got the nuts. Could Duck have like some 2-pair combos? Those are hands you might think. Oh, and he gets the board pair.
Board pair.
Wow, let's go.
And the flush comes
Rosie.
in. Unfortunately, the flush does come in. This is going to prevent him from getting that much more value. If he checks, do you think Duck ever checks it back with his
Goodness,
straight?
dude, I think he might. I think he might just check it back.
I mean, given this is very strong. Rosie led the flop.
Yeah, Rosie leads into 5 players on the flop.
This is a really bad card for Duck.
And then leads again once he gets called and calls a raise. So Duck is, I mean, he's got to be thinking Rosie likely has 2 pair plus.
Rosie hasn't checked yet.
Yeah, and this
It
is
goes back snap call. It looks like well played from Rosie. Understands that Duck will be checking back a lot of his hands.
Yep.
And goes for the lead for $400.
Yeah, that's a great lead. And I could see Rosie still being a little bit scared there because you're thinking, man, the hands that he's going to raise me with are like a lot of 2 pairs and obviously the straight's what we're betting out against here, but 2 pairs can get there to beat you on the end. So I love the lead. Shows a lot of
awareness.
Yeah, awareness and cojones. What's the trying to think of a good word here?
Wow.
A lot of guts.
Wow, 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 wow.
Love it.
And yeah, that was really well executed there.
Yeah, it was, and that's unfortunate for Duck. I mean, you just like flop the stone colds on a rainbow board.
Just feeling great.
Yeah, and then just get outran.
I mean, imagine what would have happened if Rosie had checked the river dark.
I definitely have not put thought into dark checking later streets. Now that would be
I've
a whole
seen
nother
so
level.
many people do it.
Oh, I've seen it for sure.
Many people
But
do
like
it.
you said, I haven't seen too many players that I thought were really strong players doing it.
Yeah, of course not. Like, that's really bad. It's really, really bad.
Yeah, very interesting that hand came up right after we had that conversation, and you see Rosie get to use the lead play.
Yep.
And he could have handicapped himself by doing something like that. Look at Jello's picture. Love that.
I love it. So about that fold from Nico, that is very good awareness. I love the fold. He was beat by both people, and I've done similar things like that on that exact board. Actually, I actually folded aces. Like, it goes lead call on a queen jack 8 board, just muck the aces. Like, because it's already strong to lead out into 2 other players, and then you get someone to call, and you're just like, okay, well, even if I am ahead right now, it's very unlikely I will be by the end here.
Yeah,
and
for sure. You know, both these guys have a lot of equity against me at the least, and I could be almost dead.
I could be dead already. Yeah. Like,
and so we got Jello/Jelly today.
Jelly.
Yeah, I think Eric has put him in as Jelly several times. Seems to love that nickname. Jello, all 3 of these boys actually have a lot of nicknames.
Tons of them.
And, Jello just ISOs Daryl here with the king-queen suited. Totally bricks. Goes check. And now if Daryl checks, Jelly's going to probably delayed c-bet this card. No surprise there.
It's a good card to c-bet.
It is, and I like the kind of small sizing. You might even have, well, you do have the best hand a lot with your king-queen, and
that is a card. That is a card I would expect him to fire the river on.
Looks like Daryl might be thinking about leading as well. Or
He's staring him down.
he is.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna lead.
Wow.
He hasn't done anything yet.
Oh, check.
Oh,
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I like both of those plays, actually. I think check from Daryl makes a lot of sense. Check, and this is just a great bluff catcher. And then for Jello, I think that king high is just going to be good a lot of the time. Betting on the turn is a great card for a range, and also good to just take the lead and be able to command if you want to go to showdown. And I think Daryl's going to float with like a lot of gut shots and possibly some slow play draws, like flush draws on the turn there, and we can just go to showdown and win with king high a lot.
Yeah, I just think that 10 actually, I mean, actually now that I'm thinking about it more, I don't like the bluff, but it's not because, I think I don't like the bluff because I don't think Daryl's going to fold a 10, and I think that he hits a 10 a good percentage of the time.
Yeah, those could be, 10x could be a hand that he definitely reverse floats the turn with.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to fold a 10 when he hits it, so it's probably not good. But against players who would fold a 10, I think it's worth considering putting in a big bet because I think a lot of his hands contain 10x the way the hand was played. Good chunk.
Yeah, 9-10 and 10-7 both would be gut shots there. Very possible he could have hit one of those. Yeah,
Even,
bluffing again could get him off of a pair lower than a 10, and if you really blast it, you could get him off of a 10 as well. And I think that would be worth considering if I didn't think we had any showdown value. But I think a king just beats enough hands that I'm happy just to try and win what's out there.
That's fair. Especially against a player that you think is sticky, it's probably not worth it.
Right, exactly.
He might even call you with less than a 10 if you don't, you know, if he's feeling like it.
No doubt. And we've got Mr. Eddie posting up the sign-up form if any of you guys are interested in playing on our live stream another night of the week. We do the live stream with Next Gen Poker here on Sundays, but they run this stream 4 or 5 nights a week, I believe. Is it 5 nights a week, John?
Yeah, it's like 5 nights a week. And it looks like Eddie is getting requests to run back that Friday night match to stack stream. So
Oh, yeah.
keep an eye on that. I'll be playing, hopefully, on... I'd like to make that a weekly thing for me.
Heck yeah, that's a great spot for you. I love that.
I like that. I think I'd like to play on that weekly. I'd definitely be interested in even helping run the game, Eddie.
Nice, cool.
So let me know about that. I'm all in.
For sure. And some of you guys in the chat box, get in here and battle. Put your money where your mouth is.
I know. No, it's the opposite of work. I hope he's in. I hope he's staying. I hope he's got a girl. I hope he's doing.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like they're talking about Frankie's Las Vegas trip this week.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about it when he gets back.
Oh,
man.
me neither, dude.
If he ever comes back.
I'm having very serious FOMO about it.
So am I, man. He's living the dream. It seems like every single day he's extending the trip a little bit.
Yeah, I encouraged him to do that. I mean, it's just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I think.
Good recommendation from Matt Professor there. We do need to get some more clips on YouTube. I was talking with Eric about that today. We actually have the ability to record the stream now as we're streaming it. So we
Yeah.
can hit a button to record and clip something.
Very cool.
And then we can upload it afterwards. So we're going to look into that and definitely get more content out there for you guys. I agree with you. Tough night so far for Jordan. Choosing not to add on for now. Just going to ride out that $300 until it's gone, or maybe he'll run it up.
Shoot, when you're playing in a game with a lot of double and triple straddles, you're very likely to get some great shoving opportunities with a short stack like that, so I don't blame him at all.
Yep, I'm sure he's considering that.
Yeah, let's say you get the double straddle on and you're playing 2, 5, 10, 20, and then you just get like a single raise and a call, you know, let's say 50 and a call. Like, you can already start just shoving your whole stack in there to try and win like almost 50% of what your stack is worth.
Yep. We got Tiny making an appearance in the chat. What is up, Tiny?
Oh, yeah. You better watch those all caps, Tiny. They've been stinging a couple of people for posting in all caps. They just like snap deleted there.
It's like a grammar check.
Nice. Just got a subscription from Brad as well. Love seeing that one pop up, the subscription button.
And we got our very own Kim Stone in the chat saying her family is watching. Shout out to her and Hayden and their daughter Emmy. Hope to be providing some good content here, some entertainment.
Oh, yeah. Love seeing you guys be a part of it. Thanks for being in the chat and watching.
Got a couple people testing their lucks, and he's gone. Oh, and he's gone.
Got him.
Wrecked.
Love
They're
it.
Flying too close to the sun there.
Streamlabs don't joke around.
Oh, man. Streamlabs is just letting it fire off. Oh, man. It's a sniper. Bink.
Got a super whiff here from both of these guys. Mill's going to take a cheap little stab at her and take it down.
That's a great question from Jasmine there. Any good Christmas gift ideas for poker players?
No doubt. I'll say that actually I'm getting a Christmas gift this year that is going to be poker related from the parents, which is a very cool card protector.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've actually never used a card protector that I bring in myself. Usually just use a chip off the stack. Have seen so many people over the years that bring in little knickknacks that they are... oh, excuse us 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Eric was just popping in for a second, giving us a heads up that we've got some great action coming down the pipeline here. And I'll get back to my story here in a second, as I want to see Mr. Jelly, a.k.a. Jack, a.k.a. Jello.
AKA Cash.
Oh, yeah, Cash Money. Forgot about that one. So he's got the AK here, the Ace King.
Ace King.
Oh, yeah. And,
you know, Tricky Fish in his picture right now kind of looked like Jack Peterson.
did he really?
I don't know how that happened, but he did.
Got Jackie P on the mind. So Mills opens it up. Mr. Regis gives the call in between, and then Jello squeezes the big blind. Mills gets away from it. He was in position to Jello, so I thought there was a chance he might decide to continue there, but he's got Regis left to act behind him. So wisely gets out of the way, and even though Regis can turn one man's trash into his own treasure, the 7-6 suited or 7-6 offsuit not going to be good enough. So, okay, let's get back to the Christmas talk real fast.
Yeah.
Just finish up my story real quick, which is I'm getting a very cool card protector from my mom, which is it's a dice. It's a 20-sided dice, and it's actually made from the ivory of a woolly mammoth tusk.
Wow.
Yeah. So the woolly mammoth was dug out of a tar pit, and then so it's preserved perfectly. Yeah. And then the tusk was bought by this company that makes these like artisan high quality dice, and one dice is like $500 or something. So
wow,
yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, but it's like, to me, it's like gonna be like almost a family keepsake or something.
Yeah,
like a piece of jewelry or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, with a price tag like that, I mean.
Yeah, very cool. So.
Imagine putting down a card protector on your cards in a 1-2 game that's more than your stack.
More than your stack, yeah. Right.
Oh,
so yeah.
So you're team card protector, huh?
Well, I've never been on Team Card Protector, but I'm thinking about getting traded.
You use a chip off your stack, though.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I do. I've just seen the dealers scoop in too many hands to not like take the free roll of dropping a chip on there. But yeah, pretty excited about the chip protector coming in. Won't get it till Christmas, so still got a couple of weeks, but yeah, very stoked about that. And the 20 sides, actually, I'm having them print the Chinese characters on it as opposed to the English numerals.
Ooh.
You know, yeah, because I speak a little bit of Chinese. Have studied it for 3 or 4 years now, and I think it'll add like a cool dynamic whenever it's my turn to act. If I just roll the dice and I'm the only one in the game that can read what it says on each side. And then I'll just like pretend that I'm making all of my decisions based on what the dice said. And like, to me, this kind of goes back to the question we got asked about checking dark. Like, I would rather do little freebies like that don't impact my actual play at all and kind of put off like a gambly style impression.
Yeah.
And doesn't cost anything. And yeah, I think people at the table are going to be like a little bit taken aback or thrown off by like...
This guy randomizing frequencies based on this dice?
I mean, frequencies are even like, I'm not even going to go to that degree. It's going to be more just like, did he decide whether he was going to call or fold based on what that dice said? I have no idea because I can't even read it.
I like it. So it looks like Tiny is Team Card Protector as well. I'm not Team Card Protector.
No?
I have never used a card protector. I actually tried to use a card protector before when NextGen got their little card protector coins, but I can't do it.
Yeah.
Because I hold my cards throughout the hand the entire time. I always have one hand holding my cards and one hand shuffling chips. And it's always like that. You've watched me on any live stream. I never sit like this or anything. I'm
You've always got your hand on the
there,
cards.
holding the cards off the felt slightly.
So to be fair, you are team card protection.
I am the card protector.
You are the card protector.
And the only way that a dealer is going to muck my hand is if they rip it out of my cold dead hand.
Fair enough. That is very fair.
Something comforting about that, too. Although I did have somebody tell me once that they got a tell off of me by how hard I gripped my cards during the hand.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, that is shocking.
They probably deserve that tell if they were paying that close attention.
Yeah, it's like the grip strength of which I hold my cards.
Yeah, right.
It definitely made, it was a long time ago. It made me think about it. I think I've corrected it now. Usually because I'm at a pretty level state throughout the hand now. But what a read.
Yeah, and that was nice of that guy to tell you so that you could make the correction.
Yeah. What a, you might know him. You know Colton from The Hideaway? He's an actor.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah. You might know him if you saw him.
Yeah, probably would.
Very nice of him to tell me that, though. For sure.
All right, so Mr. Regis has an open ender here. And Jordan's got top pair. But it's going to be Mills leading in with the gut shot. These guys aren't going anywhere. Oh, another ace on the end for Jordan.
Ooh.
He's going to secure this pot.
Finally, Jordan gets to win a pot, although it is a small one. But
$200 out there, but yeah, I don't think he's going to get anything else.
He bet $5? Oh, he went all in. Okay. I thought he bet $5. He'll do that sometimes with the min bets. I thought we were seeing it right there. No one even had anything at all. You got a question from Kim there.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Kimmy? Will I play some Friday? Probably. I've actually been going up to Oklahoma every Friday, putting in like a 24-hour session at WinStar between Friday and Saturdays. Having a really good time up there. Meeting up with a close friend of mine that comes up to play. But definitely could see myself hopping in on Friday sometime. John was just telling me how amazing the game was, how much fun you guys were having, and then Eddie confirming that it's going to be going again, possibly every week into the future. Oh, yeah. John licking those lips over here, licking those chops. Ready to battle.
I just like fun, man. That's all I'm about. I just want to have fun.
What's more fun than a little match the stack triple straddle Friday night live stream?
I can't think of much. It's bigger than my normal game, though, I'll tell you that. I did not expect the triple straddle to be on as frequently as it was.
Yeah, sure. Oh, boy. Kimmy going to commentate on my play. Going to turn the tables on me.
Oh, no.
Just remember, Kimmy, I'm extremely nice and friendly to everyone's play when I'm here in the booth.
Imagine she just comes in, it's just like, and Nick decides to come in for the punt.
So Tricky Fish finally getting off the bench here and into the game. Coming in with a $60 raise over a few limps on the button. He's got Queen 8 suited. Gets called 3 ways. And
We're talking about bath objects on the side there.
Bath objects?
Patrick's talking about rubber ducks and stuff.
Is that why he's called Duck?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's got a collection.
Yeah, maybe he is a collector. I would almost guarantee that there are rubber duck collectors out there, even though I've never actually seen it before.
I find that really funny.
Rubber duck collectors?
No, me too. All plays are brilliantly created.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That got me. That's funny. We're 3 ways to a river here.
Yeah, Daryl makes a nice little creative stab right here, talking about creative plays. He's got the bottom pair. the ace blocker to the backdoor flush.
Board pairs here.
Yeah, and if Daryl were to come again, he would have a great chance of getting it through.
I actually think this is a card that Mills is likely to, well, what am I saying? He's going to lead. But I thought it was a card that he would be very likely to check call.
And what just happened right here? Was this Mills turning the fours into a bluff? Did have the best hand. Another creative play.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Gets the job done. And yeah, just to add on to what Kimmy said there, I think poker is such a complex game. There's so many different variables that could be included in your decision-making process, especially when you're sitting at a live poker table with 8 other players that you are not intimate with how they make poker decisions or how they think about the game. There's so many different variables that you could consider. It's hard for me to ever truly judge someone else's play one way or the other and say it is quote-unquote good or bad. It's more so like when I'm analyzing these hands that we're watching right now, for example, I'm much more just interested in trying to figure out which factor the player focused in on and used as the catalyst for their decision making. And then maybe you can suggest like other factors that they could have considered more highly. But I mean, I see players play all different sorts of styles and seem to have success. And then you also see players play all different sorts of styles and have no success. So really, I think that there's a few very important factors like equity realization and equity denial that should kind of be the fundamentals of your decision-making process. But beyond that, like if somebody tells me, well, I called down with third pair because of such and such player, like how can you ever fault them? Because that could absolutely have been the right thing to do in that situation.
I think what it all comes down to is mind on equity. If your decisions are based around your equity, or like I think most players are subconsciously making decisions based on equity, even if they didn't know what the word meant. They're still just
For
like,
sure. Based on their chances to win.
yeah, this is what my chance to win is. If I bet, maybe my chance of winning is higher, or in their mind, it's all based on equity. But when you really start to fundamentally understand equity, and not just what your hand is, but your range has equity, and what hands does your opponent have when they play like this, and what equity does that have? And when you start really like diving in deeper, that's when the plays start to become more justifiable, in my opinion.
Sure, where you can get away with all sorts of different stuff.
All sorts of weird stuff, because if someone does something that I would consider to be a bad play, and then they come to me and they'd be like, well, player X range has this equity, and then I'd be like, whoa. And
Yeah.
I'd maybe start thinking like,
Sure.
all right, well, let me look into this a little bit more, because they're having good reasoning, or on the surface at least, good reasoning
No
and
doubt.
thought processes. So
They had some reasoning.
yeah, exactly. They thought this out. Like,
For sure. Faux show. The Mad Professor wanting to know if I sing Oklahoma on the drive. Not familiar with it. Is that from the musical, I'm guessing?
Yeah. Oklahoma where the wind.
Nice. Not
Keep
bad,
it
my
going.
man.
That is a very rare glimpse of me singing.
John flexing the pipes.
It will never happen again.
He is a music genius from what I've heard. Puts beats together,
Oh, you make
hip-hop
me-
beats like it's nothing.
Make me blush.
Interesting spot right here. Mr. Regis. Oh,
Wow.
goodness.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Tricky Fish might get himself in some trouble.
Wow, Tricky Fish thinking he just drilled the best card in the deck. It's going to get him into some trouble here, though he does still have a 1 in 5 chance of winning this hand.
Yeah, needs a spade or an ace. This was a limp call from Mr. Regis.
Looks like he's going to get a raise going here.
Oh, man, and this is going to be really tough for Tricky Fish.
Wow, looks like he's going to go pretty sizable. Is that 475, it looks like?
I mean, it was a 175 bet, so...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that he bet so big.
Man, and that's the last thing that Tricky Fish wanted to see right there.
I think Tricky Fish is pretty happy with this, honestly, given Mr. Regis's plays in the past.
You think he's happily just
I think
piling it in?
I think he has no issue with his hand whatsoever. I wouldn't be surprised if he shoved here, honestly.
Yeah, you think that he expects Mr. Regis to have worse ace-x?
Yes.
And go for a raise here?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's doing it with spade. Yeah, he's just going to rip it.
Fair enough.
It's like, yeah. I thought he was really happy with his hand. He said, nope. What a savage. Nope.
Savage Sundays,
You go
baby.
twice, Regis? Nope.
Okay, and so this is, you were right, man. Tricky fish. No fear. Needs a spade. Oh,
Oh, it does not come.
does not get it, and this is a huge pot.
3K pot going to Mr. Regis
Goodness.
with the 10-9 offsuit.
This is our biggest pot of the night, I think, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, and
Devastating turn card for Evan here. And may I just say, it might be the time he finally doesn't win on the stream.
I don't know. We'll see. He's still got 2 hours left, so I'm not going to take that away from him just yet, but
You know what?
it's not looking good.
I think we got to get Evan in here.
So it won't be like a whole session. It'll be a session.
Get Evan in here? Oh, here we go. We're going to
gotta do
bring
it to
it.
I got to do it to him.
Do it to him.
I got to do it to him. All right, we're going to get Mr. Tricky Fish in the booth.
All right, here we go, guys. We're actually going to be able to get the camera up and rolling now. Let me turn down this audio just a little bit.
Regardless of if it was value bluff, win, loss. Like if it's a big
We got some hashtag Team Regis. GG Regis. I would love to get Regis into the booth, but it's a little bit hard for him to get up and move around, so probably not right now. But we can bring in the victim. Sounds like he's giving some resistance. That's all right. I don't blame him. Who wants to come talk about getting smoked? This is funny. John's out there trying to coerce Evan into the booth. He's unboothable. No doubt. We did get him in earlier, but apparently a lot more friendly about coming in when it's going well, as opposed to getting smoked by Regis. Oh boy, we got him. He wants to know, what does he say? Well, we're going to ask him what to say. All right, we got Mr. Evan. Evan, we're going to go with the cam here, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Boom, here we are in the booth. We got Mr. Tricky Fish. Who wants to know, what are you going to ask me about? I just got coolered.
Yeah.
So I guess the main strategic question that we would have to ask is, did you consider just calling when Regis goes for the raise there, or was it a snap shove for you?
He bet like 475, and I saw like about like 500 left, probably a little more. And then I figured he probably does that with like a lot of ace X types of hands,
Yeah.
and then I can just get those in. And then if he has like ever like a worse flush draw and is like bluffing, I'm
Yeah.
just ahead. And
Definitely thought that
Yeah.
that would be, like, if you thought he could have a worse ace
Yeah.
X, then it would be kind of a slam dunk, which is fair. Of course, you got the spades as well.
Yep.
So I guess really more of what we want to ask about, as opposed to the strategy from that hand, is how does it feel seeing Regis? He limps in, calls the raise. He's got the 9-10 offsuit. Next thing you know, he's scooping in all of your chips, stacking them up. You're reloading. Like, here we are seeing you on camera right now reloading. How does it feel? Emotionally, do you feel like, no big deal, cooler situation, I'm right back at it? Or do you feel like a little bit of, like, you want to get Regis, I'm trying to get in pots with him, a little bit of tilt, any of that creep in?
I mean, obviously it like stings to lose like a big pot to like a random hand, but I mean, I'm fine if he just keeps doing that in the long run, because he's a great player to play with, and I definitely like to get more big pots with him like that.
For sure. I mean, it seems that way, but then every time I see him, it looks like he's winning. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He just always has a monster stack and then plays 90% VPIP.
Yeah, well, Nox says I run good here. Well, Regis runs even better than me, so
No doubt, dude.
Yep.
No doubt. Or maybe it's that you're running good here and Regis just plays like a pro. Thought about that?
I don't think that's the case. But
Oh, fair enough. All right. Well, we just had to rub it in a little bit. We're glad you're here, though. Hope you're having a good time and good
All
luck.
right, thank you.
Get your money back.
Oh, man. I love it.
All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed that.
Man. All right.
Hope you enjoyed that more than Evan did.
I think that's what we're gonna have to start doing. I'm serious.
Well, I'm happy to do that. We just have to have the right candidates.
I really think, yeah, I mean, maybe we can't do that with people we don't know as well.
I mean, I want
But-
that to become like a theme of the stream, that people expect that when they're on, that we're going to do that. But like right now, if let's say like Daryl gets stacked, it would be hard for me to be like, Daryl, come in here.
Daryl, come in here. How does it feel to lose all of your chips?
Yeah. Hey, look, there's you reloading.
There you are. You're giving them more money.
Oh, love
What
it.
happened to your money?
Oh, good stuff.
My group of friends, we do a ton of needling. We're all used to it. It's no big deal. But yeah, I guess we would have to announce beforehand that if you lose a big pot, we're coming after you.
Big word right there in the chat. Evan is discombobulated.
give him a chance. He did just lose $1,500.
Oh, yeah, that's real US dollars right there.
And that is dollars that Evan does not have anymore. Man, wouldn't want to be Evan right now.
Just paid Regis about 1 hour's worth of legal fees.
Look at that. And you know what would be awesome? If Regis, I don't know if Regis is retired or if he's still practicing, but
That would be epic, dude, if Regis is still practicing.
But it would be so sick if every single time Regis stacks somebody, he throws him a business card. Oh.
Can you imagine Regis right now just like coming in on his walker to present in front of the court?
Just in a full suit.
In a full suit.
Just like.
And his Gucci slips.
And his Gucci. Hey, look at Regis again. Just, I mean, he had the best hand anyway, but just drilling trips and giving Mills the flush draw for a glimmer of hope.
For sure. And he's got a pair.
He's trying to eat. And he's like, oh, I really got to call this bet or raise. Like, I'm in the middle of something. Puts in the raise. Mills got the pair and a nut flush draw. Mills not phased. Gonna make the call here. Needs a heart, not a heart only. Doesn't drill it.
Yeah. Yeah, and Regis gonna win another healthy pot right here, back to back. He does check on the end. Just scoops in that $750 pot. And let's get our updated win-loss graph here.
Love it.
There she is, and there's Mr. Regis sitting pretty right up top.
Tricky fish where he's not used to being.
Yeah,
on the bottom.
No doubt.
It's my curse. I did say at the very beginning, I want Tricky Fish to lose this session.
Rosie right around that 1K mark as well.
I'd be interested to see what he says when he returns to the table after the needle.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's going to be coming up.
And you are going to see me out there trying to get him in as he refuses to come in for a while. He knew what awaited him.
We need ourselves like a little traveling mic.
Yes.
We need someone out there to just like pop in
I'll pull up a camera, like a portable camera, and I'll head out there with the mic.
Exactly. Exactly.
Just ambush him in the middle of a hand.
That would be perfect. It is, Kimmy. This is a 1,500 cap game. Okay, did we just hear an all-in? Yes, we did. So there it is, John. We talked about it earlier. Having that short stack gives you squeezing opportunities when those straddles are on. And here it is. It's raise, call, call, call. And with $200 in the middle, Jordan is able to put in the big squeeze. He's got 445 now, which is the perfect sizing for this.
And it was Jello raising with the King 10 offsuit. Not going to feel too good about this now with the guy behind him.
Yeah, not at all. And was this a limp and then back raise shove from the cutoff?
I'm not sure.
Looks like it must have been.
It must have been, right? Yeah.
Even trickier. The hand selection is mediocre, I think. It's okay.
Did he shove?
Whoa.
Mills to snap fold the best hand.
Wow, this is interesting. And Jello getting in the mix there. Actually has the best hand. Great read by him.
Wow.
And we are all in. And you can see it's almost a coin flip. 56-44. A brick. A brick. And a brick. And Jello wins with the king high.
Did they go one? I think
they're going twice. Okay.
He wins both board. And he says that's good. How is that good? The king high wins on both boards.
Wins them both.
Oh, man. Jello could have easily just folded there, but he decided that he was just going to get it all in with him.
Yeah, no doubt. And that was a great read by Jello. I mean, I definitely thought that that was going to get through.
Yeah.
And that if he was going to get called, it was going to be by Mills with the ace-9. Did not expect Jello to reopen the action, too. Not even just a call. He goes ahead and sticks it in, which at that point is not much of a risk, but reopens it, shoves it in, and it pays off.
And Mills just sitting there with his head in his hands. How does king high win both boards? Daryl going to grab a massage.
Oh, yeah.
I actually had I'm not familiar with what her name is, but I just had a massage from her on Friday night.
Nice.
It was money well spent.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen her before. Okay, and I was wondering if Jordan was going to be...
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
I've got insider info that I actually didn't know from Nico.
What's
Jordan, he's all right with money.
Oh, nice. Bullets in the chamber.
Bullets in the chamber. Her name is Rose. Well, Rose,
Makes sense.
If you watch the stream, you're great at what you do.
I wonder if the red hair was known about when she received the name.
She looks natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. But her parents could have named her before she was even born. Although maybe they both have red hair and knew that it's very likely. Just saying, it's a very fitting name. You got red hair and your name's Rose.
Yeah, every. That's it. 80.
Checking the door. 5 players.
No, there were only 5 different cards.
I just received confirmation here in the booth, actually, that my co-host here, John, loves Rose. So.
It's supposed to be between us.
Oh, it was a secret. My bad.
Oh, man. There's no way this doesn't get back to her.
It's all right. It's the worst that can happen.
Well, I hope she's not married.
Blake asking if they are playing the 7-deuce game. That is so on. We've got a $25 bounty. It is for 7-deuce offsuit, though. So Tricky Fish here. I believe it's 7-deuce offsuit. It has been in past weeks. So my guess is that Tricky Fish here just had a price that he could not refuse. The suited hand.
Oh, Eddie, don't do it to me.
Eddie bringing the heat. And John has left the booth. Just kidding. Kimmy, I can play anything. I'm not sure 100% if you're asking me that, but if I am the Nick you were talking to, I can play any game, at least a little bit. Don't have as much experience in PLO as I do in No Limit, obviously, but...
You see me back here I'm trying to get him in.
Yes, dude, and we've actually got a really interesting spot here we need to hone in on, which is...
Oh, I just interrupted this hand.
Yeah, we've got a one-liner straight against the bigger straight. And this is interesting. Was this just a bet, raise, and call? Oh, no, this is bet, raise, shove, and call. Okay. I was like, did he just call with the nuts? No, he is all in, dude, and we just quietly have a monster pot right here. Another 3K pot popping off. I mean, you see that when it goes one-liner, and then someone has the one card to make the straight, and the other person has the bigger card to make the bigger straight.
Oh, boy. This is the hand that I was interrupting.
Yeah, dude, and this is
Now I feel a
brutal
little
right
bad.
here as Daryl gets smoked. Ouchie.
I do feel a little bad about this now.
Ouchie, ouchie. Well, it is Savage Sunday, so don't feel too bad.
Well, I'm pretty happy that I didn't spoil it for myself because I didn't even look at the table
Yeah,
to
nice.
know what was going on. So,
And at least you were over there trying to get Tricky Fish in. Wasn't him that was losing the monster.
and it looks like Eddie just comes in with the assist. Oh boy! All right.
Just call me John Stockton.
He comes in with the assist and sends through a phone number.
Love Yeah, man, poor Daryl right there. Guys, that was brutal. Daryl also had the flush draw. I mean, he had to be thinking that his hand was just golden. And instead, his entire stack getting shipped across the table. And it is Mills Mafia stacking up all of those chips.
I hate multi-way pops. I don't know how to play them.
4 players.
Go all in. My game is always multi-way.
Is that Duck?
That is Duck.
Okay.
Duck is saying he hates multi-way pots, and Rosie giving the sound advice to just shove.
Yeah, I don't think Duck actually wanted to get squeezed here. He's got the ace-jack offsuit.
Definitely don't think he wanted to get
Yeah,
squeezed.
just come in with a little speech play. I like it. It was raise and 3 calls here. See a couple of speculative hands.
Does he have the best hand right now?
I think he does have the best hand with
How could
ace
he ever
high.
know?
Yeah, he's going to have this check around. He
He still has the best
still
hand.
has the best hand. Regis had the open ender. It is the bottom side of it. And it's one liner, but could have been a bluffing opportunity he passed on. And it looks like this might just check around.
Oh,
Daryl
says no.
Yes, and there's 240 out there. So if Daryl can steal this one with Jack high, he's got to be feeling pretty good. Got to be thinking, okay, that's like nice to get one, even if it's a small one, right after you get stacked.
You can see he wants to sniff it out.
Yeah.
There's two people behind him, though. I'm sure if he was last to act, he would have looked them up.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's something, says Rosie. Daryl said he had to do something as he shows the Jack Deuce offsuit with the overcall and then stabs on the end. It works out.
Well played.
Yeah, wins $240 pot. That ain't nothing. Mad Professor commenting that Regis in there with the big speculative hand. That is the name of the game here.
Regis the wild card.
Regis the wild card, no doubt.
I think I'm gonna hop in this game after the stream.
Nice.
I have to get a massage from Rose too.
Nice. Double nice. Good luck, my friend. All right, Tricky Fish got the goods this time. Couple of limps. He ISOs to 70. Looks like he's just holding his cards up, showing Nico there next to him. Pretty friendly like. What do you think whenever you see players do stuff like that about the strength of their hand?
Oh man, that's a really good question. What I would have to say is I've seen it both good and bad, and it's very situational.
Sure.
Like if someone just flicks in like a couple chips and then shows their friend like their cards, I usually think it's small pairs. So that they can sweat the set mining process.
Sure. That makes
I've
sense.
seen that happen a lot. But then I've also seen like the 3-bet call a 4-bet show, and it's just like, look at me, look at this guy. I have aces. Like this guy's,
I'm gonna win a lot of money.
like I'm gonna win a lot of money. Look at my cards. It's completely situational. I've actually done that before, where I've showed somebody my cards, and it was just like completely random. Like it was just like Queen 9 suited in like a single raise pot.
I mean, I'm just thinking right here that like it's a little surprising to me. Like, let's say I was one of those limpers, and then Tricky Fish ISOs me, picks up his cards, and shows them to Nico. Like, I just would typically not expect him to have like Ace King right there.
What would you think? Something worse?
Man, goodness. Yeah, I mean worse. I don't know how much worse. Maybe more like
Pair of 8s.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I was thinking like a suited ace, like maybe an ace 10 suited type hand or something like that. I don't know. It just feels like if you have a hand as strong as ace king, that you wouldn't want to like take any risks of giving off tells or your buddy giving off tells or anything like that.
You actually just reminded me of a conversation that I had. I'm pretty sure I had it with that friend group before, where how sick would it be if you were like, because it usually looks like strength in that discussion we were talking about, but how sick would it be if you decided to do it with aces?
And just show your buddy? Or shows the person next to you? Like, hey, look.
Yeah, like you 3-bet him and then just go like...
Yeah, sure. I mean, I definitely think about little things like that to try all the time, but then it's like never feels worth it. You know, like, oh, my first attempt's going to be when I have 2 aces. I've been sitting here for 4 hours waiting for waiting for this hand, and then there's action in front of me, and I'm like, let me just try something crazy here. Like, hey, look at my cards.
I feel a little crazy, like, especially if it's like a guy you haven't even been talking to all night. You're just like showing a random dude.
Look at this.
Oh man,
It's kind of like the dark check.
yeah.
Right? Like every time I think about trying something like that, I'm like, no, I don't want to do it right now and give something away. It's not
Wow.
worth it.
Does Nico ever turn his hand into a bluff here? He has the worst hand he'll ever show up here with.
Yeah, this is interesting. It does get counterfeited.
Tricky Fish betting the best hand. I think that this is a spot where Nico would think that he should be turning his hand into a bluff. Nico and I have played a lot of poker together, so he's probably thinking that Evan could have a lot of bluffs. He does choose to pass on it here, but I think this is a spot where Evan will have a ton of bluffs, and Nico's got a decent candidate.
Yeah, the whole thing's a decent candidate, and if you're definitely if you're subscribing to the line of thought, like I'm assuming Nico is, that you want to have the capability of having almost any hand in any situation, then maybe he thinks he would check back a queen there occasionally on the turn.
Yeah.
But this was small bet flop, and then check turn when the top card pairs, and then on the end, you're like going to basically be raising to represent having a queen.
Which would be, I guess, hard, but I'm pretty sure Nico does subscribe to that thought process. Where,
Yeah.
But I don't know at what frequency, when the pot is that small, do you actually
Just check back.
top
back trips
and just have go to the river with a small pot? We got Bronx Bomber in the chat.
Oh, heck yeah. Let's go,
Hell
dude.
yeah, man. Nice. Thanks for tuning in. Me and Nick here watched that stream.
Oh, yeah. We had a blast sweating that
We
stream.
had a blast watching you and everyone else on that stream. It was a great time.
No doubt. We were high-fiving each other. Rosie was scooping in some of those big, juicy pots. Biggest night of his life. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but if you weren't here, Rosie on Monday playing Max Payne Monday on Hustler Live, scooped in an over $17,000 win. Ooh. Holy cow. Biggest win of his life by far. I think the biggest win of his life up to that point was like $3,000 or $4,000.
I think
So,
yeah.
It was like 4 or 5x how much he had won previously.
At least, yeah.
Sick. Frankie also did well.
Yes. We can't gloss over Frankie. Frankie won a $6,000. He had a $6,000 night as well.
No doubt.
So we can't gloss that over either. That's a great night.
The boys held in a couple of flips, which is
Huge.
huge recipe for success there if you can.
And if I do remember, there was a
Win
flush
those.
over flush spot as well. Mm-hmm. I forgot if that was Frankie or Rosie.
That
though.
was Rosie with the King 10 of diamonds against
Yes.
the 7-4 of diamonds. From
Things are a little hazy from that night.
It's funny. Now, I can't remember the lady's name, but I just remember everyone in the chat calling her Martha Stewart over and over.
Oh, I remember her. I remember the real estate lady, right?
Yeah, something like that. I think she worked for the
remember.
city or something. but
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Oh,
so
yeah. He worked for the city.
Huge pot there for biggest pot of his life with the flush over flush.
Straddle under the gun.
See you all January 15th. Does that mean you're coming to town?
Ooh.
You coming to play in the Next Gen Sunday stream?
Oh, we might have to
Mr. Bronx?
run it up.
We got Mr. Bronx here in the booth also.
We could.
I mean, you're not actually from the Bronx, right?
No.
But you are from New
I'm
York
from
City.
Queens.
From Queens. I mean,
Queens, yeah.
right next door. Does that make you like a rival?
I think so.
Does it? Yeah.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I think so.
We get a yes. I think that's yes coming to the stream. Not sure about the confirmation on the rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Need to know about that.
nothing against the Bronx, so I wouldn't call us a rival.
So, Bronx Bomber,
necessarily.
do you have anything against just a good old boy from Queens?
Let us know.
Are you guys a team once you exit New York and it's like New York against everybody, or is it like there's just always a rivalry there?
Yeah, I think that's what it might be. You know, it's like the type of thing where like, you have a rivalry within one state, but once you get into the, the story.
What is that?
That's a town in Queens.
Oh.
No, Mad Professor. I'm from Bayside. I'm on the opposite side of Queens.
No rivalry. he
Yeah, no
says.
rivalry. Yeah, I didn't think so either. New York loves New York, you know?
Got Regis with a top pair here. A little bit of something for these other two guys. Daryl gets away and Duck gets away. Good folds. Regis scoops in a small one. So, Bronx, we are stoked to have you, dude. Had no idea you were going to be here joining the lineup. We're doing the commentary every week, so we will be here in the booth when you're joining us and excited to watch you play, talk about it. And I don't know if you've been here long enough to see that we have a special little segment where we will go out and bring in players as the action develops. So let's say a big hand goes down between two guys with a history with each other. We'll go pull them into the booth right after the hand. Of course, for them, it's 15 minutes delayed. For us, it'll feel like they are joining us in the booth immediately and get their immediate reaction, sometimes strategic, sometimes emotional, just hear what they have to say about how the hand went down. And excited to have you in as part of that. Kind of a fun, unique thing that we like to do here.
I think it really sets us apart. And I think that our audience really likes it as well. Let us know in the chat if you're a fan of that. I think it's really cool to be able to see an amazing hand and then immediately cut to one of the people involved. I think it's really cool.
Yeah. I'm going to continue to work on leaving the questions really open-ended and not leading as much.
Yeah.
I feel like I just run my mouth a little bit too
Well,
much.
I mean, some people need the leading, though. You know, it really depends on the person, which I think you'll get a good feel for.
Yeah, it's definitely situational, but I just want them to explain their thought process instead of leading them into the thought process.
Also, like, you could also just say something open-ended, like, well, what did you think of that? And then they might dive into strategy or dive into the emotions of it on their own, whatever they feel like talking about.
Good advice. Good advice.
Oh, we'll let them know, Bronx Bomber.
Wow. It's spectacular. What a word.
One might call it.
Dude, Mad Prof is like kind of like taking over the chat log tonight.
I like it.
Appreciating that. Yeah, we've got a hand developing here. Mr. Regis again in the mix.
Ooh.
Flops top pair. 9 could be a little bit of an action killer, but with Mr. Regis, like...
He has a gut shot still. Now he picks up the gut shot to go along with his pair.
And Rosie's got a pair and the nut flush draw, which in a way sort of feels like the best hand, but it is not. And Mr. Regis going to continue to value bet when check 2. Love that play. Keeps control of the action. Now gets to decide on the end if he wants to value bet again. Getting kind of thin, but especially getting pretty thin against Rosie. Against other players, maybe not as thin. And now I'm expecting that Rosie will just go to showdown. Yeah, I don't think he's going to try and bluff Regis off a better hand than ace-6 here. That would be kind of suicidal, I think.
I agree. So he's going to lose this one.
He is.
He had a good amount of equity throughout the whole hand,
man, that's
though.
sad. You feel so good when you see that pair with nut kicker and nut flush draw come out.
You're like, wow, I smashed.
Yeah, exactly. And then 10 seconds later, you're seeing Regis scoop in your chips.
And you're just like, well, how did that go so wrong? Look what I had.
More confirmation about bringing the players in. Love that. And Kimmy with the kind words. Appreciate that, Kim. I'm happy to lead them a little bit. Just also want to give them plenty of opportunity to move around and instead of feeling obligated to kind of answer like exactly the direction I led them. And Mad Prof with another good idea. Clip the booth interviews with the hands and then post them as a YouTube clip.
It's perfect.
Brilliant. Need to get this guy on the payroll. Now Mills has the real hand. So this is interesting. How did Jello end up in this spot? Was this a limp call? Oh, boy. And Daryl, who gets in there with the 10-3 suited, just flops the joint.
Oh, boy.
Mills has the overpair.
They are very deep. I think Mills definitely finds a way to get away from this at some point. He's going to get led into. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's calm down there, Tiny.
Looks like you're getting signed up for a new job here.
I'm not in.
I need to get this guy, Mr. Knock, on the payroll, too, to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could put me on the payroll. I mean, you know. Well, that card's not going to save Mills any money.
These guys are doing some prop betting over on the side as looks like Jello had picked out a couple of cards. I think they like to do this one. You pick out a couple of cards, and when they come on the board, everyone ponies up.
Yes. Oh, that card's going to save him some money.
Yeah. And also the fact that this turn goes check, check.
Whoa, the river goes check, check.
Yeah, dude. And
The ace doesn't come, you bet.
I don't know. You had out 70.
Probably are now.
You got 70. I was a little suspicious.
So Mills saying that he was suspicious because of the flop lead. Yeah, and I think that if you're Daryl, like once you take over the lead on the flop, you kind of want to just keep coming.
Yeah, right. I think so.
Yeah.
Kyle Z asking, does this game keep running after? It does usually continue to run. There's occasionally some nights where everyone goes and they go home, but usually there's by the time the stream ends, there's a feeder game of 2-5 going out on the floor. So they'll end up, like some people will leave from the stream and then they'll bring other people in from the other game. And I'll try to be hopping in there, so we usually keep it going for a little bit. On Friday night, we kept it going until like 3 a.m. at least.
Loving the chat interaction today. Getting a ton of really, really good quality comments and feedback in the chat. Appreciate you guys being with us. Don't forget to smash that like button. Let me see how many likes we're at right now.
I'm interested myself. Up to 35.
Not bad, not bad. See if we can get that number up to 50.
That's our target likes
John
for the night.
mentioned earlier. Yeah, for sure. What have we gotten in past weeks?
I think we've gotten over 50 in the past.
Have we?
But we've had over like closer to 100 people watching. But if you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button. Thanks everyone who's in the chat. Really helps us with all the chat interactions.
Let's see, this one had 43. 29. So we're getting up there.
Confirmation that Kyle Z will be here in 30 minutes. Going to be trying to hop in the game after. I'll see you then, Kyle Z. I'll be hopping in the game as well, hopefully.
That's not high stakes Kyle, is it?
It might be. Can you confirm or deny, Kyle Z, that you are the infamous Kyle Z from the?
Is his last name Z?
It's Kyle Z. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
unless it's an imposter.
I mean, Kyle Z plays like nosebleeds now. I don't know. Is he gonna come over here and play 2-5 with us?
Yeah, I mean, he could slum it with us.
Yeah, right. I remember years ago when Kyle was just a lowly 2-5 player, battling with him up at WinStar. I actually remember one specific time that Chris, my buddy Chris, played Kyle heads up for, I think it was several hours.
It is the infamous Kyle Z.
Wow.
Jim's game isn't running.
Wow.
So we're going to have an appearance.
An appearance. Celebrity in the mix. Love it.
Thanks for tuning in, Kyle.
And Daryl makes another strong hand here, but it's going to be a chopperoo. Him and Regis both with the straight.
Wow, Dwayne, if that's the facts of the matter, well then I'd be perfectly happy playing in those 1-2 games. What do we have? 7-6 offsuit and 7-4 suited in that pot?
Hey, suited hand. I mean, these guys are nits. Appreciate the kind words, Kyle. We're having a good time over here. Been improving the quality of the audio, the video. Still working on the special effects, I guess would be the word, but.
Here for the side action. Yep.
10 to call.
if you guys are interested in playing on this stream, there is a way to do it. You have got to join the Next Gen Poker Discord. Right there in the 2 seat, well, it just flashed away, but in the 2 seat there, and then in the 5 seat, that is Jello and Rosie from Next Gen Poker. They have a special Discord that you can sign up for, and in that Discord is where the sign-up list is to be on this game weekly. It is very affordable. I think $5.
$5
to
a
be
month.
in the Discord.
One big blind.
One big blind to get on the short list to join this game every week. Also gives you some other cool perks like chit-chatting with the boys, exchanging hand histories with the great poker community, as well as the opportunity to buy their action when they are selling it for tournaments or big cash games.
Definitely worth the one big blind investment. Just think about it. The price of a 3-bet is more expensive than a year's worth of membership.
A 3-bet? Oh, a 3-bet.
3-bet.
For some reason, I thought you said bed. I was like, a 3-bet apartment? Or like, what are you talking about? Gotcha. Yeah, a single 3-bet costs more than an entire year of membership and signups for this game.
We've got some interesting chats coming through.
Yeah, dude, and Mills is going to be disappointed there as he drills the nuts. Nico has a pair, but gets away from it.
Tin straddle.
I just read those. I had not seen that. Old political affiliation.
Yeah.
I did not get into that on Poker House time.
Yeah. It's not the right time. Come find me outside sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about it. You know? Let's not get into that now.
Could we simplify it and just say, like, are you, would you consider yourself a New York boy or a Texas boy now?
You know, I'm just gonna.
You gonna avoid it altogether?
I'm just gonna choose not to comment on the matter, and
Fair enough. Fair enough.
we'll keep it like that. You know.
Fair enough.
Raise to 150.
What the? I didn't like that. That Streamlabs is out of control.
Oh my gosh, I know. Tiny.
Tiny.
You gotta
tiny.
do something
yeah,
right there.
We got to do something here.
Yeah.
Matt Professor just gave us a great compliment, and Streamlabs just said, "Get out."
No
of here."
compliments.
No
They're too long.
compliments. So you know, Matt Professor, we did read all of that before you were
Yes.
so rudely deleted.
No doubt.
We did read that.
Thank you so much. Rosie comes in with a little squeezy here. Works like a charm. Everyone folds. He scoops in $50. No flop needed. And that's a good question. Let's go ahead and pop up the winnings here. Let's see our plus and minus. I think Mr. Regis is still leading the way. Oh, yeah. He's up 2K.
Oh, they're down the exact same amount.
Wow, Nico and Jordan.
They're down
Wow,
the
to
exact
the dollar.
Same amount to the dollar.
That is crazy. And Regis, Mills, and Rosie all up. Even Jello up. Been a little bit slow in terms of the monster pots today relative to the last couple of weeks, but still good action, and still got plenty of time left here. Another hour plus on the stream.
All right, so just to answer Bronx Bomber's question here, we start the stream at 6 p.m. on Sundays usually, or 5:45 actually, and you got to be here by like 5:15, 5:30. And if you were coming here directly for this, then I would say to land in Love Field if it's an option, because Love Field is down the street from here. Dallas Love Field Airport is much closer. That'd be my recommendation.
No doubt. Less than a 5-minute drive probably to left field. Maybe 10.
10 tops.
10
yeah.
tops, yeah. Tiny coming in to fix Streamlab.
And they need
That
to.
is a mess, dude.
Yeah,
Come
they need
on.
to get checked. Like,
No doubt.
it was uncalled for.
Got a top pair for Mills here. And Mr. Regis had the big draw, but bricks out on the end. Pair of kings is going to be good. Another relatively small pot. Let's get some action going,
Yeah,
boys.
we need to. Might have to poke my head out there and induce some action.
Yeah, stick your head out. And say,
I'm just gonna roast
what the heck's
him.
going on?
I'm just gonna roast him. Okay.
All right.
Let's do that real quick.
Give him a little roasty.
Yeah.
Oh, he's keeping the headset on?
Keep the headset on just so you guys can understand. You'll see it on stream in a little bit. Can we kick the action up a little bit, guys? Come on, this is ridiculous. I mean, everyone's calling Rosie a nit. Like, come on. All right, I did my best, guys. We'll see.
I'm sure the chat appreciates it. Eddie already made a note, by the way, about that camera angle right there being tilted a little bit. He's going to fix that for us. Appreciate Mr. Eddie always being around, putting in the hours, get the stream off the ground.
And Regis picking up the aces, and we've seen he actually chose a normal raise size for this one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he thinks like earlier we saw him raise the ace king to 100. I wonder if he thinks aces is way less vulnerable than a hand like ace king.
Yeah.
You know, and so he just really wants to bump it up with that ace king, pocket queens, pocket jack style hand.
To be fair, I did see him raise 8x over a straddle with aces on Friday, though.
Fair enough. And
So-
look, we see Daryl here come in with the call. I guarantee you if Regis went to much larger than this, Daryl wouldn't have been in. Oh, no. And Rosie going to step in it.
Oh, Rosie's stepping in it, but how could he know? He didn't go to the big size.
He didn't. I still feel like this might be just a little bit overly aggressive.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
Regis is very, very active,
He
but
went
I haven't
huge.
seen him do too much raising pre-flop to 45. I mean, I feel like that's very strong from him. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but just haven't seen him make a lot of pre-flop aggressive actions. And yeah, he's counting out the chips, and Rosie's going to be saying bye-bye to that $250.
Oh, he's clicking him. He's clicking him. Oh, he's clicking him.
Yeah, it's not
That's
gonna matter,
the
though.
worst feeling.
Oh, it's
ever.
so horrible.
It's just like, oh, I have to fold to this?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. He clicked him.
Yeah.
Snap fold.
Yeah, Rosie's at the bottom of his range there, and he knows what the old 5-bet means. So
Wow, that was just a
or 4-bet,
that was a
yeah.
4-bet,
excuse me.
yeah.
Felt like a 5-bet because of the sizings. but-
Yeah, I really like the size he chose here, actually, though. That's the type of size that I would like to choose. I might have even gone bigger, actually, but that's perfectly fine. I like that size. Rosie, you can see the look on his face.
Oof. Yeah. And maybe I'm wrong about that, saying that's a little loose, but
I probably would have made it 300 even. I like going huge here, but 250 does the job as well. You find out where you're at real quick. When you face that size and you still feel comfortable putting in the 4th bet, yeah, it's just going to, it's just going to be a better hand.
yeah. And you can see Mr. Regis' pre-flop raise is only 8%. So even though he's in there a lot, I think that it's deceptive. You think like, oh, Regis is in every hand, so
Yeah,
like I want to squeeze him, but just he does make aggressive actions post-flop.
Yeah.
We've seen him turn some hands into bluffs and especially do some big semi-bluffing when he's got a draw. But haven't seen him do too much raising pre. He does a lot of limp calling.
Jordan is hoping to get involved here. Completes with the queen-6 suited. He's going to need some help. He has the best hand. What am I saying?
And Regis flops the world, dude.
That's the world.
Top pair, flush draw. I mean, these other two guys are almost drawing dead. Jordan's going to need a queen.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, that's it. Cracked the 70 viewer mark. Loving that. Texas Kim. Kimmy also someone who has seemingly a lot of nicknames.
A lot of aliases.
Yeah. I haven't even heard of Texas Kim yet.
I heard it for the first time on Friday.
I would have thought just by just her persona and what I know of her, I would have thought she was more like a Vegas Kim or something like that.
Yeah.
Texas, I mean.
That's you get the Vegas vibe?
I mean, when I hear Texas, I just kind of think of like sort of like countryside, cowboys, that kind of vibe. And she's like a high stakes poker player, you know? I don't know. I'm obviously wrong as she lives in Texas and seems to enjoy it.
Valid points. I see what you're saying.
Texas Kim. Like if you didn't know her at all and you just heard of Texas Kim, like wouldn't you think of someone who like comes in wearing cowboy boots and a and a hat?
Yes, I would.
Cowboy hat.
But
and
maybe that's
rhinestones on her cowboy shirt.
Maybe that's just ignorant though. You know?
Yeah. It's a whole new world out there. I mean, this is 21st century Texas.
Oh wow, she's backing it up. She just bought a truck. Oh boy. Texas Kim has entered the building.
In her Ford F-250.
That she paid for with all of the patrons' Texas Courthouse money.
I mean, that's one PLO pot for her.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Scoop a new truck.
You just buy a truck after a PLO pot. Unreal.
All right, we got a four-way pot here, and it is brewing. $120 in there going to the flop. And now Jello flops a flush draw. Going to take a stab. This might just work right now. Doug's got a pair of sevens. Kind of hard to hold on in a four-way pot, though, when you don't even have a diamond. And just like that, Jello's going to turn Jack high into a winner. And scoop $100. There's our cowboy hats.
Let's get our cowboy hats in the chat.
And she says she owns some boots. I don't know if it's, like, is that enough of a qualification just to own them? Like, don't you have to wear them some percentage of the time?
Yeah, I mean, I own a cowboy hat.
Yeah, so are you Texas John?
Actually, I don't wear a cowboy hat. No.
Texas John!
I'm Texas John.
Now, that definitely sounds like a guy who owns a ranch.
Yeah. Oh, that's Texas John.
Yeah.
You can buy the finest cattle from Texas John.
And you know what? Texas John sounds like the guy who is just so good for the 10-20 game.
So
oh, dude, I heard Texas John's going to be here tonight.
Like if I heard if you're playing the 10-20 game, right, and you're sitting there just like, a lot of regs here, and then you just say, oh, Texas John's on his way, I'd be like, well,
even if you didn't know him, you never met him, you never
Texas
even
John,
heard of him,
yeah.
you're just like, oh, Texas John, yeah, I got to stay.
I mean, how could I leave? Texas John is coming.
Oh, love it. All right, we got two ace kings.
Oh, wow. Ace king.
Ace king.
Times two. Let's do it.
Times two.
One suited, though.
And some pocket eights in the mix. This is raise, 3-bet, and now Daryl deciding if he wants to cold 4 or cold call.
I think he's raising.
Oh, yeah. He does like a little head shake there, seemingly like trying to put off some weakness or something. Like, well, just don't know what I want to do. I guess I have to raise.
Well,
I don't think it's going to work in this situation, but I noticed that. I saw the little speech play there, Daryl.
he does end up getting the best hand to fold. Eights was in great shape there against two ace kings.
Yes, he does, and now he's going to get free rolled with those clubs, as I'm assuming this money's going to go in.
Yeah, with no surprise if it goes in here. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Mills just call here in position. Oh, I'm well aware of Boston Jimmy, guys. Yeah, exactly as you'd expect.
It's as you'd expect. Just like Texas John.
Texas John, Boston Jimmy, you know. We need a Florida Steve. That's Florida Steve. That works too, right?
Mills is really thinking about this. I don't know if he's just Hollywooding before he puts it in, or surely he's not thinking about folding. That would be very surprising. Oh, wow.
Wow. Folded ace king suited?
Big fold right there, especially after we've seen Daryl get in there with some speculative hands.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Put it in the chat what you think about that. I did not expect that.
Neither did I. I thought for sure that was going in. I mean, we've seen Mills make some very aggressive plays, and we've seen Daryl be in there with some speculative hands. And then Daryl already had a third of his stack in the middle, only had about 1,500 to start the hand. I
thought I thought he was either going to flat or if he was just going to put it in because he was in position. You know what they say about not having a 5-bet range in position.
Yeah, but when it's for your whole stack, I think that's
maybe it's different.
A little different. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like ace-king suited's an okay hand to flat there.
Yeah, and I think also those rules change a little bit when you've got other players involved in the pot. And I didn't see if there's a straddle on there. Did you?
No, but if there was a straddle on, then it's just a shove, I think.
Yeah.
But I would have to
surprising.
assume there was not a straddle on. I would think. Maybe I'm wrong though. But that was interesting. Are the stacks wrong? Maybe the stack sizes are wrong and Daryl's deeper than it said?
I don't know. Seems like Daryl's energy picks up a little bit after he gets that one through.
He's got to feel good about himself now.
Oh yeah, it's always nice.
Looks like Duck's giving some advice to young Mills on how to play ace king.
Yeah. Oh man, how fun is that whenever you make a fold like that, show it, and then the guy next to you starts coaching you up.
Got to make sure you don't make that mistake again.
It's a little Savage Sunday action right there. You got to, like, don't even needle the guy, just, like, coach him.
To be fair, I think Mills was asking about
the
fair hand,
enough.
which makes it a little different.
Fair enough, fair enough.
If it was the former, I would think we have Jay at the table.
Jay is kind of a master needler.
He's really, like, artistic with it.
He is out of the game now. For those of you who might look around for Jay, his seat was taken by Mr. Jello, arriving a little late. Daryl's 4-bet range is definitely tight. Kim, I'm with you on that, but also Daryl has shown some symptoms of tilt. And, you know, sometimes I just, here in the booth, analyze the play more from like what I expect other people to do as opposed to what I personally think is the best thing to do. And in that one, when I see ace-king suited, I'm expecting it to go right into the middle.
Based on the things that we see here.
Yeah, because Mills is playing 63% VPIP, 24% PFR, has a 45% aggression frequency, which is the highest at the table. So definitely just expected that to be a very natural shove for him. But you're right. Maybe we should give him a little more love for it because Daryl could have very easily been sitting there with 2 kings.
To be fair,
two aces.
if Daryl did have 2 aces in that spot, we would not be sitting here saying this the same way we are.
We'd be going, whoa, epic fold.
Whoa, how did he fold that? Speaking of ace king, Rosie picks it up. And the +2, let's see, he's going to put in the limp.
Let's see if anyone has learned their lesson. Nope. Duck comes in with the immediate ISO with the 8-7 suited.
Big ISO.
Jelly going to get trapped. Daryl going to get trapped.
Oh, boy. Isn't this just the worst when you see the limp under the gun and then you now have a hand where, like, I mean, hopefully for Jello's sake. Yeah, see, Jello gets away from it
Yeah,
here.
Jello knows.
Jello's aware.
And now Tricky Fish also knows what Rosie is capable of. And lets it go. They know what's coming, and Rosie's like, you were right. Here it comes, boys. 155 out there. I'm expecting him to go somewhere like in the 300 range.
What would you make it here in this spot?
I think 300 seems pretty good.
I'm making it 360 right here.
Nice.
360, baby.
Love that. 336, one of my favorite numbers. But yeah, Rosie here goes to 300 on the dot.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man.
And now Duck is going, dang it. Why didn't I learn my lesson? I've seen this boy do this trick before. But it's just so hard to resist the open when you see such a juicy holding.
Oh, and now he's just sitting there like, I want to see this flop.
Yeah, he's like, why didn't I just limp? Would have been interesting if he limps. Daryl probably limps.
I think Jack gets trapped then if it limps to him.
Yeah, I was wondering if, that's what I was going to say. I'm wondering if Jack or Tricky Fish, either one, decide to open King Queen or Ace 8 suited, or probably just over limp. I think they are going to be making some adjustments to Rosie's strategy here.
I feel like there are a lot of. We've had 3 and 4 bets pretty regularly. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Oh, boy.
Not responding to that.
No, neither am I. I think we already did, though.
So many jokes, but I can't do it.
Oh, no. Leave me out of this. I'm pretty sure Nico's playing sub 20% VPIP.
Yeah, Streamlabs is over here like censoring people for complimenting the stream and then leaving. Like, oh, that's fine.
I wonder, you haven't seen me step out of the booth and scream at everybody for the lack of action yet. It should be coming any minute.
Yeah, any second here.
For those sweating at home, Nico is playing a 14% VPIP right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, the prediction was 4, so.
Yeah, he's overperforming.
I think we're in between hands. Let's go ahead and pop those up. Get a few stats up for you guys here.
Daryl's taking over.
Yeah, he is. Daryl, Mills, and Mr. Regis all up over 50%. See all these other guys down in a more traditionally normal VPIP range in the 20s or 30s.
20 to 30 seems like a pretty good range.
Yeah, not to say that those higher ones are necessarily bad, as Mr. Regis has cleaned house here every week with that 50% VPIP. Bronx Bomber giving us the follow, asking for follows back at Bronx Bomber AA. You guys give him a little like and subscribe as well. And we appreciate the follow. We are here every Sunday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. doing this stream. We have had just epic lineups recently. Another good one tonight, and now
Nico putting in the 3-bet.
Yes, he is, and he picks a great spot.
Punished.
Good hand to do it with. Good spot to do it. Tricky Fish getting a little bit out of line there, trying to steal the blinds. He's in the small blind, opening with the 10-7 offsuit, and Nico with the dominating Queen 10.
Dropping the hammer.
Dropping the hammer. Easy peasy.
Easy game.
Let's get another stat up here. How about winnings?
Let's see it. Oh, now Rose is onto another massage.
And there is Mr. Regis sitting atop that winnings leaderboard. He's got 2.3K in profit tonight. Mills up over 1,000. Jelly, a.k.a. Jello, and Rosie, the two next-gen boys, both sitting on around 650 in profit.
Regis picking up a beautiful pair of 5s.
Oh, this is like aces to Regis.
It's aces to me, too. Just picture that third 5 coming out.
Oh, can you picture 2 queens in Rosie's hand? Don't you put that third 5 on him.
What about the third 3?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Rosie going to have to fade both of them. Isn't it interesting when you look down at a beautiful hand like 2 queens, and now these equities are shifting around, but when they were still 6-handed, even though you clearly have the best hand, still only 23% equity.
Yeah.
You know, so like clearing the field here, getting these players out, just so valuable. You scoop in most of that equity yourself every time someone folds, and you see Rosie jumps up to 55% as he gets 3 of those players out. Our 3 pairs are going to take the flop here, no surprise. And lucky for Rosie. No 5, no 3.
Where's Streamlabs when you need it?
Looks like a C-bet's probably going to take this down. I thought Regis might float one time with the 2 5s there. It does not. Rosie scoops in another one. Little $400 pot goes his way.
Easy.
Easy peasy. We're up over 3 hours into the stream now, guys. We are going for 4. We go from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. Have run over a little bit a few times. So we might be in here until 10:15 or so. But we have been rolling right along. This has been flying by, John.
Yeah, it has. We've been having a lot of fun in here. A lot of action as I expected. Seems like all the young guns are getting wrecked.
Okay. So this looks like it was Tricky Fish trying to ISO Mr. Regis. Limped in with the 2 6s. And it's King Queen against King Queen battle, and Nico coming in with another 3-bet immediately. He just 3-bet Tricky Fish like 2 hands before. And that was small blind, big blind. Now it's cut off button. But Mr. Regis is not one to give up a pair easily. And Tricky Fish, because of that extra price he's getting, I'm assuming, going to be able to continue as well. We go 3 ways here
this
with...
is exactly what Nico wanted.
Oh. This is going to be interesting. Tricky's got the backdoor spade.
So, okay, yeah. So Tricky is pretty much free rolling here, but Nico has to put in a bet here, I think, for sure. He just rips it.
He rips it.
I think this is going to work. I mean, that's a massive rip. I'm actually really surprised to see that.
That's the kind of play that I would normally make.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not like Nico. That's not.
Yeah, I was actually very, very surprised to see Nico do that. But I was thinking, like, actually, I don't mind that. It makes sense.
I did not expect Nico to rip for 2x pot.
For sure. But this is a pretty good hand to do it with. I mean, you got a great flop. You think I almost never have the best hand. And I have a ton of fold equity with this shove move. And I hate to bet, take a break on the turn, and then not know if I want to shove with way less equity than I had on the flop, or just check and see a river. So now he ensures he's going to get to see all 5 cards at the very least, and he might just take it down. Tricky Fish trying to calculate that price right now. And this might have been the only way that Nico was going to be able to get Tricky Fish off of this hand.
And Tricky Fish really doesn't want to fold this hand.
And he does.
He angrily folds the hand.
And Nico makes the perfect play against the perfect hand, because any other bet sizing is just going to get called.
Yep.
And they're going to end up chopping this pot in all likelihood.
That's true. And just like that, Nico's able to add $350 to his
No
stack.
doubt, dude. And he also uses that to get Mr. Regis off the best hand, which obviously kind of gets pushed to the side when you think, well, yeah, I just had a pair of 6s. But number one, Mr. Regis is extremely sticky.
Extremely.
So you never know when he might decide to stick around. And yeah, number 2, I mean, he just purely has a lot of equity against y'all's hands, and
The only
him to fold.
problem with it is that a lot of times it'll end up looking like exactly what it is. So some players
that
call
is
you off later.
I think especially 2 tricky fish that's going to look like, oh, you flopped some kind of big draw.
Yeah.
I think he would maybe more guess it was like a nut flush draw.
Yeah,
type hand.
but he's dominated by that hand. So that's,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Yeah, and in some cases, it just doesn't matter if it looks like how it looks.
Like
you
it's
know?
probably just like, I know you don't have it, but I don't have it either.
Exactly. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Yeah, and it would still be like a huge hero call to decide to call down with, let's say, like a jack or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Agreed. I think he finds the call with the jack, though.
You think?
I think he finds the call with the
I mean,
jack.
2x pot.
I mean, 2x pot is 2x pot, but I don't think that Nico's balanced with value there. He'll probably tell you he is, but I don't think, like, what is he shoving for value then? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a very, very wet board. Probably expects to get looked up by Mr. Regis pretty light.
I mean, if you can
Maybe
actually
he would
balance
shove
that,
with like
and like
2
an
aces,
overpair? Yeah,
2
like
aces with no
aces.
spade, something
Yeah.
like that.
probably you wouldn't 2x pot shove the ones with a spade.
Well, let me tell you this: ask you this, if you think that Tricky Fish is gonna just snap look him up with a jack, then why wouldn't you do it with those hands?
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying that I don't know if he is.
All right, we got to catch up with this chat and then
Yeah.
get back into this game.
Kimmy,
Actually, hold on. Before we do that, let's watch this real quick as Jordan is making a move with the 7 deuce.
Oh, boy.
Coming in with
And it's not
a
gonna
big
work.
squeeze.
Nico has actually talked to me about this dynamic pre-stream where
Yeah.
he's never going to believe Jordan, and he snap
he's
ripped
snap
it with the
all in.
10s. I knew it.
Oh, and
He
Jordan already
talked to
put
me
in a
about
third of his
this.
stack.
He talked to me about this where he was just going to go after Jordan because
Oh,
he's going to
no.
say Jordan never has it again.
Look at Jordan. Oh, he gives him the little smile. Oh, no. I mean, with the $25 bounty on it, your price is like probably very close there.
All right, just catching up with this chat real quick. We got some kind words during that big hand. Well, I did. I got some kind words that I played very well on Friday. Thank you,
yeah.
Kimmy. Appreciate that.
Nice work.
And Mad Professor saying great knowledgeable commentary tonight. We appreciate that as well. And the super chat from Kim Stone. Appreciate that very much. Headed to bed. Always enjoy tuning in on Sundays. We do a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
No doubt.
Appreciate that.
You guys are awesome. Appreciate it, and even appreciate those few trolls that have been popping up over the last few minutes.
I live for it, man.
Yeah, dude. Personally, I just love seeing the troll comments.
It keeps it creative.
Oh,
Keeps it
yeah.
spicy in here.
Has me
I
like
love it.
silently giggling in the
Yeah, I'm just dying to myself.
yeah, and I believe that is Men the Master, not the real Men the Master, Men the Poker House Master, coming in with the super chat as well. Appreciate it so much. You guys are awesome.
So I think we must have missed me berating the players on their lack of action.
Yeah,
It's been long enough.
it has.
Flop the nuts with a free roll? Yeah, that would be a...
So we got a little bit of something for both players here. John stepped out of the booth for just a second. Got Mills with the bottom pair and Regis with a gut shot. And Regis going to take it down. And while we're waiting on that next hand, let's go ahead and show you the updated winnings. After that 7 deuce attempt. And yeah, I'm curious what you guys think in the chat. Like, I know in the past we had played a $10 bounty on the 7 deuce, which obviously limits the situations when you might want to use it, because we're playing a game where collecting $10 from each player doesn't mean that much. But in the last couple of weeks, they upped it to a $25 bounty from each player, and we're playing 9-handed here. So if you are able to scoop a pot, that's $200 extra that you're going to bring in. So in that spot where Jordan went for the big squeeze with the 7 deuce off, he puts in almost a third of his stack. He had put in a little over 300 and had a little over 600 behind, and then gets shoved on. And I'm thinking, with that extra $200 out there that no one else knows about, but you do, you're really, really close to the right price, I think. Especially if you expect that Nico will have some unpaired hands, which I 100% expect that. He will have all combos of ace-king, and definitely wouldn't put it past him to have ace-queen either. So I think like with all of that taken into account, you're pretty close to being able to call with the 7 deuce. And then if he maybe adjusts his strategy just a little bit and goes maybe a little bit larger on the squeeze size, then you can definitely call off when shoved on. Or what would maybe be better if you want to fold is to make an adjustment there and go a little bit smaller on the squeeze size. So then you are not facing a situation where you're not sure if you're getting the right price to continue or not. And also feeling not too good about having to toss the 7 deuce into the muck with a third of your chips in the middle already.
So I actually ran into Evan and Nico when I was out there taking a quick little break. And they were heading to the bathroom together.
Okay.
They both, as I was coming out of the bathroom, they both walked into the bathroom at the same time, which already caught me off guard.
Okay.
And then they hit me with the, "Did you see the hand that we were going to chop?" I was like, and my only response was, "Shut up."
We're going to chop until Nico blasted him off of it. A great bet, in my opinion. Kind of an unconventional bet.
Like, I can't step out to use the restroom without getting bombarded by the players of the stream.
Oh, and we got Tammy joining us. What's up, Tammy? Welcome in. You guys don't forget to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And I'm going to do a little double check here, see how close we are to... We're up to 41, dude.
We're
Up
moving.
to 41, yeah. And,
Go ahead, smash. Or whatever else, maybe softer if you'd like. That like button.
Click, press,
Click, press,
touch,
caress.
caress that like button. There we go.
Go ahead and
We made
caress
it.
that like button, guys.
We made it. And whoever was saying that our game is too tight was not paying close attention. Got a 5-way limped pot here with some 7 deuce.
And the best hand is Jack 9 offsuit.
Yes, it is.
Actually, I like 10-7 suited way more.
Yeah. Jelly flops the flush draw. Looks very similar to a hand he played 30 minutes ago. Little stab and take it down. Oh yeah, and Tammy recalling a hand we've talked about a couple of times tonight. Just hit on it briefly one more time. Sweet spot for Rosie, who got a flush over flush on the Hustler live stream in the biggest game he's ever played in. That was a... What were they playing, John? Was that 5, 10, 20, 40? Or
Just 10, 20,
10, 20, 40?
With
Okay.
a $20 big blind ante.
Woo, 10, 20, 40 with a big blind ante, and Rosie flopped the king high flush against the 7 high flush.
And he got it all.
Yeah, I was able to get it all in for, what was that? Close to
I don't know how big that one
16K
was.
pot or something.
Were they both that big?
I think it was like he had 8K or so in front of
Oh,
him at
wow.
the time. I'm pretty sure. So,
Wow.
Yeah, just a monster pot, dude.
That's almost as big as probably the same size of his queens versus ace king flop.
Yeah, I want to say they were both like similar size pots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Min, I don't think they got the video back up yet. I heard that they were planning on taking it down and blurring the wardrobe malfunction, should we
Nice.
call it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mad Professor. We think that what's good for poker is good for us. A rising tide lifts all boats.
Oh man, we're on it today
For sure. And, yeah, nice. And also don't consider Hustler Casino and their live stream to be really a competition for us. Kind of a whole different category in terms of us being a local card room and them being a
national stage.
Yeah, international casino organization. And yeah, it is what it is. I mean, people got a lot of time in the day. If poker's a main hobby, they can tune in here and they can tune in there. No big deal.
You watch us one night, you watch them the other night, you know?
Oh, and Tammy reminding me. Oh, yeah, there was one out to the straight flush to beat Rosie.
Oh,
And it would have been a 6 of diamonds. And that 6 of hearts came out on the end, and everybody's heart froze for a second. Like, oh my gosh.
Did my heart froze? Because I don't remember it.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, man.
I don't remember.
Yeah, John had a couple of brewskis in the mix.
A couple. Just a few, I mean.
Oh, boy. And Bronx Bomber hitting us with the super chat. Thanks, buddy. I think tonight's the first night I've seen super chats, and we've had like 4 of them, right?
We had them on Friday night as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, when that 6 of hearts hit the end, I was just like, for 1 second, frozen. Like, oh my gosh, did Rosie just get sucked out on one outer for the biggest pot of his life? Whoa. Woodley.
Wow, Woodley.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
what a hero, dude. Number one, why are you not in the game? It's been like
where
2
are
or
you,
3
man?
weeks in a
Come
row.
on.
I haven't seen Woodley. And,
Oh my goodness.
What a dude. $50 super chat. Come on, man. You didn't have to do that, but we appreciate it so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, man.
And thanks for the compliment.
Hope to see you again soon. You know, you always got a seat in the game whenever you want it.
Oh, yeah. Woodley an OG of the Next Gen Poker community.
Really is. He really has been there from the start. He's been there as long as I've been there. In fact, I think he was in the Discord before I was in the Discord. And I'm their editor. He's in the Discord before me.
Wow.
He's been there.
He's been there.
Yeah.
And he played on their live streams for weeks and weeks and weeks before they even came over here to do their deal with Poker House.
Yeah, he's been with them from the start.
No doubt. And Bronx reminding us that he folded pocket 10s to Rosie's queens versus Sashimi. Nice way to get away on that one. Sashimi had ace king on that one. Is that right?
Yeah, she had
it's
ace
huge
king.
win. Huge pop.
Yeah, that was the hand that sent her packing.
I just don't want to stand up.
Yeah, Woodley. Hope you've been enjoying your time out of town. We hope to see you back on the stream soon, hopefully next week.
Nah. We don't, Mad Professor, but
No, we do not.
that's all right.
Don't worry about it.
Raise, make it a hundo.
Whoa.
What?
Raise, make it a hundo. I think that means.
Oh, it was a...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought Regis made it 100. It looks like we have the triple straddle on.
Yeah, that's what's happening right
Yeah.
now. Oh, my
God, my
gosh.
gosh. Come on.
Raise. 250. 250.
Wow. Okay, we're
Okay.
going to get to that here in just a second.
We're-
Let's
yeah,
watch this
we're-
action real fast.
we're
This tricky
gonna-
fish.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this was a triple straddle. Guys, this is the 2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Daryl raises. Tricky fish 3 bets. Daryl going to defend. Pretty small 3-bet sizing, so I think Daryl pretty comfortable to call. He's got another 1.4K behind. And Tricky Fish going to flop. Bottom set.
He didn't need it, but he got it.
No, he didn't. And kind of funny whenever you flop so strong like this, but in reality, it killed all of your action.
Yeah. Like, he's thinking, like, wow, this is going to be amazing. I'm going to get it all. And little does he know.
Yeah. And I'm assuming Daryl's not going to peel yet.
Yeah,
He lets it go. Nice little scoop for Tricky Fish, and go ahead. Let him have it, John.
Oh, man. Bronx Bomber.
Let's go,
Coming
dude.
in. Had to one-up my boy Woodley here.
Yeah,
With a $51 super chat.
Yeah, and I want to say, I think that before this, our total super chat brought in had been like $10 or something.
Tops.
So we just like 10x'd our super chat earnings in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable.
Oh yeah, dude. Thank you so much, guys. We really, really don't even
guys,
have words to say how
yeah.
much we appreciate it.
You guys are the best. This is definitely an evolution in the stream, and all of this money that has been donated will go towards improving the stream.
Yeah, no doubt. We were just talking about those new cameras earlier.
Yeah,
Maybe that's coming down the line.
That's coming, man. For sure, it's coming. It's unreal.
For sure. And,
Can't express how thankful we are for that.
Tammy making some comments about the wardrobe malfunction, saying, why are they making such a big deal out of it? I mean, I gotta say, just like railing the chat.
Oh
boy.
Woodley.
Shots fired here.
Oh boy, we got some rivalry. All right, we have to make sure.
Let's go.
We have to make sure. Okay, on January 15th, right? Is that a Sunday? I'm pretty sure that's a Sunday. January 15th is a Sunday. That's when Bronx Bomber is coming to town. We have to make sure. I will personally make sure that Woodley also has a seat on that day.
For sure. Oh my gosh, that is
goodness.
hilarious.
Woodley and Bronx Bomber.
Shots fired in the chat.
Woodley saying he's going to super chat Bronx Bomber's whole stack after he takes it. Those are some fighting words right there.
Yeah, dude, and no surprise here as Regis has taken the second best hand and turned it into the effective nuts. Flopping trips. Mills Mafia decides to continue after isolating pre-flop. And he was basically drawing dead. Very close to it. Now is drawing dead. Slows down. So might get away without giving Regis any more money. But there's already $300 in the middle. And Regis already having a heck of a night.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of that hand.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be like...
it's going to be a chat meetup.
Yeah, exactly. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Great line. I wasn't finding it fast enough. You got there. The chat meetup game.
Oh, man.
Rivalry is on.
Oh, boy. Is that a... Oh, no. Regis just hasn't stacked his chips yet.
Bronx Bomber saying that DGAF and also Sashimi, two of the regulars on the stream, and I believe DGAF helps put the game together. Those two players got ran out of the building, literally.
They did.
Dude, both of them got
We're taking
smoked.
over.
Yeah, and I don't mind just calling them out because it is Max Payne Monday. And they think they're the ones inviting players in to dish out the pain, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
But in reality, they both took it on the chin on Monday.
I think we're going to have to be the ones to notify the next gen guys that we're taking over their game on January 15th.
January 15th.
Sorry,
dude.
guys. Like, you got to let's save some seats because we got a chat meetup. Everyone, I'm pretty sure that I can get this to happen, but just in case I can't, make sure if you want to secure your spot on the stream to visit the Patreon link in the Instagram description of the Next Gen Poker Instagram. Sign up for their Patreon, join the Discord, and I'm pretty sure I'll be able to save you guys seats anyway, but that's typically how we get people on this stream, is through their Patreon link on their Instagram to join the Discord.
Oh, look at Regis getting the super massage, dude.
Oh, Rose.
She's just massaging that giant brain for him while he readies his next move.
It's like, it reminded me of Megamind.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. It also reminded me of this epic photo of Phil Ivey getting a head massage like that became legendary on the 2+2 forums. just like in total ecstasy mode. The massage girl just massaging his
like,
bald head.
And he's just like thinking about something poker related.
Yeah, oh,
obviously.
yeah.
Just like figuring out how to crush.
I want to say that maybe I don't know if it was that picture or a different one, but there's another one where Ivy just has like a stack of like 100K in money, like actual cash, just laying on the floor underneath his chair, just kind of like spread out, like he just came from a monster game and then passed by and saw another one and was like, oh, I'll stop and play, and just like throws his 100K on the ground.
Unreal.
Unreal.
Gotta give a big shout out to our mods in the chat, Tammy and Tiny. And Eddie was here earlier. You guys do a great job in helping us facilitate the chat. It's running so smoothly because of you guys.
For sure. And there's those signups right there if you want to click on the one for NextGen to sign up for this particular Sunday stream, which goes every Sunday 6 to 10. And then there's a second one there if you want to sign up to just be on the Poker House Dallas live stream another night of the week.
Thank you for coming through with those links, guys.
No doubt. We got Jordan and Duck involved in one here. It's gotten a little bit bloated as Duck opened and then C-bet. And now it's going to come again. Wow,
Ooh.
Very frisky move. And Jordan has the 2 7s. He's got position.
He's got to make a decision right now. Is he ahead or is he behind? What does he put his opponent on? Because calling the turn here would set up for almost a pot-sized river shove. Oh no, Jordan only has $504 left. So this is the decision point in the hand.
Yeah, I could.
Is
Like
he
if you're
going with
Jordan,
it?
you might even think about just shoving here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gotta go with it or he's got to get out of here.
Looks like he's just gonna call, which I don't mind that either. If you shove, it's very hard to get called by a worse hand unless Duck specifically turned backdoor spades and used it as a barrel card, which would make sense, but
I wonder what his plan is here.
yeah, because you're very likely to take an overcard like this and then
But that's not really an overcard you're that scared of, right?
no, not really,
Gonna
but
put them all in for half pot.
it's just an
And at this point, Jordan's like, why am I even in this spot? You can see it on his face.
yeah, dude.
Why am I in this
It's gonna
spot?
be a tough one.
He's like, well, I think he's going to come to the conclusion that he has to call because he's called down, and all the draws he was thinking have missed now.
For sure, and it's also about 3 to 1, so he only needs to be good about 25% of the time here. I mean, it's like kind of hard to draw up a hand other than 2 random overcards that you can beat. It would, like 2 suited spade Broadway cards would make some sense.
Yeah, but like, this is the thing where you have this much left behind. He's getting 4 to 1 now, and at this point in the hand, it's like you've already put yourself in the spot now.
Yeah, it's getting about 3 to 1, I think, because that is accounting for Duck betting 500 instead of actually
it's
his
accounting
stack,
for.
but-
Okay, I see.
But still, yeah, you're getting a good price. And you've made it this far, yeah, and there's not too many 10x. So, like, let's say 10 jack, 10 queen of spades would be a hand that's possible for sure, but he calls. Great call right there. Wow.
Audio is behind the video here, but he did. He looks like he did.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll get that fixed.
Yeah, so he does.
Boom, there it is. Nice call. And Duck, who's been pretty patient tonight, finally picks a spot and goes for it and gets called down pretty light.
I think it was just the perfect storm here where it was like he's sitting here, he's like, I've had a tough night, and Duck has also had a tough night, and he just chose the wrong person to bluff because they both had tough nights, and Jordan just clearly is not in the mood to give up the pair. Just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, and then Jordan makes a comment right there that if Duck had have actually had, or sorry, if he had have had that 200 extra, so he bets 500 and he has 300 left. So if he actually had that 500, he might have got away from it. So just didn't quite have enough in the chamber, and sometimes that's the most important point actually, and whether you can go for a bluff or not when your stack is deep. But it's all about what your opponent has left.
Credit to Duck for going for that one. trying to make something happen of the night.
So I'm feeling like a little bit silly because I'm not quite understanding the reference on the cargo hold name. He says this is a game for the 15th. So I'm thinking maybe that name is related to the 15th in some way. Maybe you can clarify for us, Mad Professor.
So they were talking about flying first class or flying coach. And,
gotcha.
Someone said, if I could find that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So like
Taylor,
flying in the cargo hold.
in the cargo. Yeah. You're flying in the cargo hold.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't have control over the name, so I cannot confirm or deny that suggestion. But I am buddies with the guys who do have the call on that. So
Man, look at those super chats just sitting up there.
beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah. Why don't we have all of them up there?
Because they run out. There's
on a timer.
There's a timer that counts down based on how much you donate. It stays up there for longer.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And then like if you click on it, does it give you tell you what they said?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Very cool. It's kind of my first experience dealing with the super chats, actually.
It's a great feature. Really, really good feature.
Yeah. The one space that I've really seen them before, and let's check this out, and then I'll tell you.
Top set for Jello.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Jelly. He already
Regis-
had a lockdown.
And Regis doesn't have much to be scared of here.
No, and Regis is sticky and has a diamond. We know he's not going anywhere for this bet. Jello goes with a pretty small sizing, having the board on lockdown, but not wanting it to check through.
I like the bet.
Yeah. I think you could probably go a little bit bigger against Regis because he's not going to fold a pair, but...
Every overcard that comes out is going to kill a little bit of Jello's action here.
Yeah, not the best card. Still think there's a pretty good chance he'll get a call from Regis here. Oh, no,
snap fold.
Snap fold, dude. Wow, great fold from Regis. Doesn't even think about it. And yeah, Jello kind of split that. Like, okay, on those two bets right there, he ends up betting 200 on the turn, 50 on the flop. So let's say 250 total. I feel like you would just have a better chance of keeping Regis in the hand on all possible runouts if that 250 was split more like 100 150 or 80 160 or 80 170 as opposed to 50 200.
Yeah.
You kind of like drag him along with his entire range on the flop, which is nice, but then you're blasting him off a lot of the hands that you want to call on the
I think
turn.
that's a typical like solver play.
Yeah.
To go small on the flop to keep the range wide, and then depending on turn cards, check or polarize.
Yeah, I know that is like a common theme seen in the solver, but and I think there's something to be learned from it as well.
Yeah.
It's not like that's useless information, but
course.
you got to take your opponent into account here.
I agree with you. I like big. Honestly.
Yeah. Healthy,
Big.
healthy. Yeah, for sure.
Duck picking up the aces. He's hoping to get some action here after having a rough night.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of hoping he does too.
He's going to get some action with the 9-7 offsuit from Mills here. And he's going to get a pretty good flop for his hand.
Yeah, and Regis has a little piece of it.
I would expect Duck to go blast here. He bets a reasonable size. Gets the call. Oh!
Wow.
No, not this.
Oh, dude, that's so painful. And Doug's only got 400.
Duck is just going to keep blasting.
Yeah. And now he's... The equities have flipped, although Duck far from drawing dead. Any king, 4, ace, 10 will make his hand.
That's not it. That's a really bad one. Go check.
Maybe that could be good to save him that last $300. But I don't know. I think Regis might still just stick it in. No, he doesn't. Oh, and Duck has to see the bad news.
Lamenting his luck with aces.
Yeah. See those eyes kind of looking around like, holy cow, it's been that kind of a night. Ouchie. Ace is sucked out on by the old queen jack offsuit from Regis. No surprise there. That's Regis's favorite move. Enter the pot with the worst hand and turn it into a gold mine. Actually, got to pat myself on the back just a tiny bit because I was playing with a player that I would say is very similar to Regis a couple of nights ago at WinStar, and had a nice little comment pop in where I said, oh yeah, well everyone knows that Omar can drive a school bus like it's a Ferrari. Meaning like he's taking like any two junkie cans. Oh, the table loved it.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Thank you. And Mr. Regis driving the school bus like it's a Ferrari.
Like his Ferrari that he
like
has.
his Ferrari. Oh, way to bring it back as he does come in here with the Ferrari jacket on regularly.
And the Ferrari hat.
Oh, yeah.
Representing the Ferrari that he owns.
Oh, so sweet. And also...
What a legend.
Yeah, we had a nice little story earlier where we mentioned that Mr. Regis was caught wearing $600 flip-flops.
Gucci flip-flop.
Oh, yeah. Of the Gucci variety, the green and red. Kind of like platform flip-flops. Just a stud, dude. He's just a total hoss.
Can you imagine him just pulling up here in his Ferrari? You see Regis drive by you, speed by you. It's just Regis in the Ferrari. What a name, man.
Oh, yeah. So not much of anything here for, I mean, Mills has the best hand with second pair. Daryl's got bottom pair. Oh, Regis had a gut shot. Okay, I was lying to you. A little bit of something for everybody. Jello got away from the hand that actually had the most equity on the flop, which was ace-10. Oh, yeah. Here we go. We've got Bronx Bomber. Signs up for the Patreon. The flights are booked. The bombs are loaded. And here comes the boom.
Oh, boy.
We are ready for it. Let's go, dude. January 15th. It's going to be a great night.
I'm looking forward to it already. Pair of eights is going to take this down somehow. And we are ripping through these hands.
Yeah, we are. We're almost to 100, and we're about at 10 o'clock here, so I'm expecting that these guys are going to be wrapping up here in the next few minutes. I'm going to pop your head out and see if we're still rolling.
Sure. Let's see if we're getting any overtime.
Overtime. Still going?
Y'all still going? What? You still playing? No, is the stream still going? You still? Yeah, it's still going. All right.
We're still going. All right.
Still going, guys. So we got at least another 15 minutes at minimum.
Oh, yeah. Bronx coming in from Florida. Seems like a pretty nice place to be, especially this time of year.
Oh, I wish I was in Florida, man. It hasn't been too bad here weather-wise, besides being a little rainy, but, man, it would be nice to just be outside in a T-shirt and shorts.
Oh, yeah. Professor giving us tons of advice on some good hands to clip up for YouTube. I'm going to pass that information along to the people who can do something with it. Number one, I am not a wizard with the video editing yet. It is in the plans to improve my skills in that.
I got you. I got you.
Nice, dude. So I guess that means you can take the lead on this project.
Yo, people love
what you're saying?
People love signing me up for things, man.
Yeah, number two, me and John don't actually work here for Poker House or for the stream. We are good buddies with these Next Gen boys and are doing the commentary for them as a little favor. Also, we enjoy it.
Oh, I love it.
Having a blast doing it, but not really involved on those day-to-day projects, but definitely going to pass that along. We got people in the chat here who are involved in that stuff, so I'm sure they can take some notes down of some great spots to clip up, and I could not agree more that doing extra stuff on YouTube in between the streams is a absolute must.
It's a requirement. Regis with the 7 deuce here. He's got a ton of equity.
Yeah, dude, he's got the equity, and he also has that opportunity to bluff here and win that $200
Oh, I
side bet
really want
money.
to see him put in a raise here, but he's just going to call.
He
I
already
hope
knows
he
he's just
hits
going to
it.
hit the
He's
hand.
going to hit it, right? He's just always going to hit it.
He always hits
Oh, he
it.
doesn't. I hope he turns it into a bluff here.
Wow, and Jelly's got 2 pairs, so if he does turn it into a bluff, he's probably gonna get called down.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted Regis to get there so badly.
Jello goes with a small bet sizing. It's a little surprising. There's about $500 in the middle. And
Looks like
it's going to get looked up.
Did he get called by... He must have gotten called by Mills.
Yeah, and if he could see his opponent's cards, then that small bet sizing would be perfect. I think with 2 pair, I would usually go a little bit bigger, but it is a king on the end, which could be an action killer for single pair hands, so that all makes sense. And
Regis going to fold and show the 7 deuce.
yeah,
Table dodges a bullet.
yeah, and I guess Regis just must have over-limped that hand and probably could have just taken it away right at the beginning.
We'll go to the push. I'm just saying, he's not going to make it around again. How much time do we have? Wow. About 12 minutes before the time get right now. But the game won't die if he goes. What's the trillion? 10 to go. Raise. 35.
And Rosie picks up aces.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Decides
He overlips.
Oh, he
Oh
lips.
my God,
Oh,
and he immediately.
They never learn their
They
lessons.
never learn. And here comes a call from Jordan.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Start the call train.
Oh yeah.
Rosie is about to back up the truck.
Yeah, and Jelly might get in some trouble here too. He had the king-queen offsuit last time, but the king-jack suited is another step up from that.
Uh-oh.
Is he gonna no
No,
squeeze,
he's not- he's
just a
not falling for
call?
it.
And how much is gonna be out there for Rosie to go after?
So I've been experimenting with something lately, which is going the same size with aces that I would with ace-king, specifically aces, because everyone sniffs out the ace-king size.
And then they call it
And then
ace-king.
they call thinking it's ace-king.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, and so Rosie goes 175, it sounds like. We got Mr. Eric here in the booth. We'll tell you, we had a little bit of delay on the audio.
These guys talking?
They talk,
Yeah,
and then we
audio and
see the
video.
action like 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let's watch this hand first,
Yeah,
and then... Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. All right, so Rosie goes 175. A little smaller sizing this time. Mill says, hi-ya! Oh, my gosh!
Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
And he walks into it. Now, that's probably going to be all he loses, I'm assuming. He probably was thinking about how much more do I have behind where I can still really comfortably fold if Rosie shoves.
I don't think he's going to shove, man.
Yeah, I mean, with
He's
the
just
aces
gonna
specifically,
call.
he might just call.
And then this might give... Oh, no. What if it gives Mills an opportunity to get there?
Oh, yeah.
We hope that doesn't happen. Or Rosie is going to be doubling up in a 4K pot to Mr.
And our
Mills
audio is
here.
fixed. Thank you, Mr. Eric.
Eric is a G fixing the audio
Yeah,
for
just
us
snap
there.
fixes it.
Oh, okay.
wow.
We don't have to worry about anybody
Rosie.
sucking out on anybody. What a flop.
Flops the goods.
And he checks it like he should. And this is a great board for Mills's range.
Oh, yeah, and he is not slowing down. Goes with the small sizing. Going to protect his stack a little
Oh, my
bit.
goodness. Wow. This is... Rosie's sitting there like, I'm never in this spot. I'm in
Yeah.
a 4-bet pot where I got 4-bet with aces and flop quads.
And I got quads.
What am I supposed to do?
The other guy's drawing dead unless the most he can have is one out.
Yeah.
He is, of course, dead this time.
He doesn't even want quads. He probably flopped quads and he was like, oh, no.
Yeah, and now is Mills going to get the news, or is he going to go again? He's going again,
Oh
John.
my
Oh
gosh!
my
In
gosh,
the night,
dude.
Mills is just gonna.
Oh, this
my
is pain.
God. How is he just gonna $625? He hasn't been that crazy all night. He's been V-pipping a lot, but nothing too crazy. And this is the hill he decides to die on.
Oh, it's painful, John. I can barely watch it.
Just watching the chips being pushed out there, knowing they're never going back.
Never going back. He's as dead can be.
He's only got $800 left in his stack, and he's just sitting there praying. And Rosie's like,
man.
does this guy have queens?
Yeah, right? And Rosie's probably thinking, like, there's no way he's not putting the rest of this money in.
Yeah, right? Like,
Do you shove now, or do you call and give him a chance to check back? You know he doesn't have an ace.
yeah, it's tough. It's real tough. It's like, you'd be really tempted to just put it in there, but like you have quads.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, for sure. I mean, you're thinking, what's he going to call with if I shove? It seems like only pocket queens.
I really don't want to check on the end, but I feel like I have to.
Yeah. Just give him a chance to keep bluffing.
Yeah, you just have to.
Rosie needed a deuce there.
I mean, now he's sitting there like, can I lead? Like, it's a 1/3 pot bet, but oh, he really doesn't want it to check through.
Oh my!
But it's the only way he gets any more. He's wondering, is he gonna take the risk? I think he's gonna lead. Yeah. He lead jams, and Mills is just sitting there miserable.
Oh, and he shows the deuce.
He didn't want to show that deuce. No, he didn't want to show that. Oh boy!
Wow! And look at Rosie.
Oh, it's agony.
Breaking in the monster pot.
Wow, that is the freest $1,500 he has ever gotten in his entire life.
Sweet, dude.
He's
That tastes so
he
good.
literally just has the best hand, flops the best hand, and then just has someone give him money. Nothing. Oh, man.
Not only the best hand, but like the best.
The best hand.
Yeah. Let's pop
man.
this up real fast, dude. We've got
Rosie
Rosie.
skyrockets to the top of the leaderboards with that one.
Oh yeah.
Rough night for Duck and Tricky Fish.
Yeah, it is. Wow, and Mills only down 600, so
He was up a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder if that had anything to do with his decision to fire it here.
yeah, maybe
Should
a
we
little
go
winner's
get him?
tilt. I mean, do you know him?
No, I don't know. Like,
You could get Rosie.
we could definitely get Rosie.
Yeah, I think probably we should bring in Rosie for that
we
one.
should bring in Rosie. I mean, if I knew Mills better, I would for sure bring him in here.
Yeah.
Like, if that was Evan, I'm bringing him in here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, let's get Rosie.
Let's get Mr. Matthew Rosenfeld. Wow. And here comes Mr. Rosie. We are going to get this on webcam. Have a seat. Grab those headphones. Oh, boy.
How's it going, everybody?
Here we go, and here we go. Mr. Rosie, what a hand. We've seen you go for the limp squeeze 3, 4, 5 times tonight, it seems like.
Yeah.
They always fall for it.
Yeah.
They continue to walk into the trap. Here we see someone go for the back raise again after you've squeezed with, well, I'm not going to tell you exactly what he had. I don't know if he mentioned it.
He told us
He
what he
told
had,
us.
yeah.
Okay. Because we saw him accidentally flip that deuce over at the end.
And he said he had another one.
And he had another one.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to tell us what's going through your head throughout this entire process.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I don't know if I've had a session with more spots where I've limp squeezed. Like today, it just feels like it's happening all the time. And part of me is like, maybe I shouldn't, but like you said, it's every time it's working.
Yeah.
And so we're just going to stick to the plan. But I typically don't flat with aces pre-flop either. So it was a pretty unorthodox spot, but I usually don't have this much money in front of me either. So we were pretty deep. So I decided to just flat pre-flop and take a flop out of position.
For sure. And I'm sure you knew it would look insanely strong if you re-raise again.
Exactly. And it's a nightmare if he can make a hero fold. Because I don't know if you guys are hearing the table audio. They're all talking about how tight I am and blah, blah, blah. So it's a disaster if I pop it and he folds a monster. So I decided to just flat. We saw a flop that's pretty favorable.
Oh my gosh.
That was a pretty good flop for me. What's up, Bronx Bomber in the
Oh
chat?
yeah, dude.
So yeah, then the plan was just let's see how much money we can get in. I checked. He bet, called. The turn I contemplated a check raise.
Yeah, we were wondering if you were thinking about that.
Yeah, I decided to go for the call and then lead river. Duck was saying that I should have checked river, but I actually like leading the river.
Yeah. I mean, when you have all the aces, you're like, what does this guy have?
Exactly. And obviously I never, ever expected him to have a hand like deuces.
Sure.
But like, again, it's just such a nightmare. If given my image, if I check river and he checks back like tens or he checks back some insanely strong hand.
Yeah.
And at that point, I forget how much was in the pot, but when he bet 600 on the turn, he only had about 600 behind, and there was already so much in the middle that I'm like, he's calling off with value.
And it's like a spot that you get into once in a lifetime.
I
got quads, I'm out of position, I just flatted, and now I've got 600 with 3K in the middle.
Exactly. It feels like I'm dreaming. And I mean, this week, for those who don't know, I had a good session on Max Payne Monday as well.
Oh, they know. We've been talking about it throughout the night.
This has felt like a dream this past week. So just trying to enjoy the ride and keep making the right plays, keep my head on straight, and just enjoying every second of it.
Dude.
Honestly.
And before you get back out there, we're just going to tell you quickly, Mr. Bronx Bomber joined us in the chat. Been having a good time. And then before you know it, he's booking a flight to be here January 15th to play Savage Sunday with you guys.
Bro.
Let's go.
Are you serious?
Let's go.
Bronx Bomber, you're the man. I got to say, yeah, we met him on Max Payne Monday. Nicest guy ever. The Bronx Bomb Pot is an amazing addition to the game. I can't wait for him to bring it to Savage Sundays.
Oh, yeah.
That just made my night. That's so sick.
Oh, yeah, dude. We've had a good night.
Awesome.
All right, buddy. We'll get back out there. Good luck to you.
Thank you, guys.
And that was Mr. Rosie. And he is back into the game. I guess they're still going out there?
They switched the cards. So
Switch the cards,
it's going to be one of the last few hands coming up here. And then the game's still going.
Gotcha, dude. And let's hop back into this action really quick.
Nico picks up ace-king?
Yeah, dude. And then Mills Mafia calls a 3-bet and then outflops him.
And just rips it?
And he rips it.
No, this is a funny spot, actually, because Nico and I talk all the time about ace-king post-flop when there's a 1-to-1 SPR. All the time. And he says, you have to bet call off every time. And he now gets away from it. I'm going to needle him so hard. I'm going to needle him the second I go out there. I'm going to be like, oh, what about ace-king? I thought you'd have to bet call off with 1 SPR.
He gets shown a 9 right there.
I'm just going to tell him that he was bluffed.
I'm expecting him to probably think that there was a pair in that other one, but...
Nah, I'm telling him that he had
tell him?
9-8. I'm just going to tell him he had 9-8.
Wow, so good to get Rosie in the mix here. Hear him talk about his thought process in that hand. Wow, what a spot. Just a dream situation. You're in a 4-bet pot?
4-bet pot?
Yeah. Limp, raise, call. 3-bet, 4-bet, call. Flop quads.
Just flop quads.
Wow.
The reason I asked him if he thought it was a good or a bad flop is that I would think this is a bad flop.
And I think that Matt Professor is 100% right on this one. That is a Mando clip.
Yeah, we got to clip that one.
Yeah, got to tell Eric we're going to clip that one, get it uploaded as its own clip, especially with having that booth commentary with him right there.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
It's class. That's another one of Nico's catchphrases. Class.
Class.
Starts calling things class.
Okay, nice. I've been actually putting a fair amount of thought into trying to update my vocabulary with a little bit more young people language.
Oh, really?
A little internet verbiage.
If you make a conscious effort for that, I mean...
Well, no one else knows that.
Sure. Well, now they do.
I just told everyone. Just a little sprinkle in. Oh, my gosh, dude. We got another spot. And Rosie comes in immediately.
Oh, you didn't even see this one yet.
Yeah, dude. What a spot. Tricky Fish 3 bets. Rosie cold 4 bets.
Wrecked.
Perfect hand to do it with. Rosie just picking all the spots, and they are working out.
Oh, he's on cloud 9 right now at $4,400. I think he's up almost 3K. Oh, no, he's up like 25?
Let's see.
24.
Let's
He's up
see.
24.
Yeah, 24. I'm assuming that's already updated. I don't know how fast that goes.
That's updated, yeah. That updates pretty quickly.
Boom, here it is. 2.4K win for Mr. Rosie and Jelly. Doing well. Also, our Next Gen boys are
Came in late.
having a
and
good
is
night.
Absolutely crushing. Okay, and let's switch the card. So that was the last hand of the stream.
That was it.
That was it. That's the last hand.
And Rosie
Finishing the night up
finishing the
2,400.
night. A great night.
Tricky Fish has a very, very elusive loss on this stream.
Yeah.
Doesn't normally lose any money.
Oh, yeah. So, looking through these numbers here, we have several players that come in with small wins and losses. Actually, it's just small losses. We've only got 3 winners on the night, huh? It's the 2 Next Gen boys and Mr. Regis.
That's it. Everyone else lost.
And everyone else loses. Mills, Nico, Jordan, kind of small losses. Daryl, Tricky,
Oh,
and
that's
Duck.
the side bet for Nico and Jordan. Nico lost less.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That is right. And no big losses tonight. So that's always kind of nice for me. I always feel a little bit bad when one person gets really smoked.
Wrecked, yeah.
So
All right, well,
one buy-in for Duck and one buy-in for Tricky Fish, but not too bad. I expect to see both of those guys back in the mix.
for sure.
Getting some nice comments here at the end of the stream as we wrap it up. I just want to thank you guys for being with us. We'll go ahead and run through a couple of these stats real fast as well if you want to see that. Some VPIPs. Mills Mafia and Daryl, both over 60.
Took over his lead. Mills did at least.
Yes, he did. Mr. Regis, 3rd highest VPIP on the table.
He always floats around that 50% mark. And we got Nico coming in at the 20%. That is 5x the 4%.
One that's a little bit surprising, Tricky Fish up over 40. I would have not guessed that.
I think he was in a lot of pots.
Yeah. Well, about 42% of them, if I had to guess. And then pre-flop raises here. All pretty reasonable and respectable. And you see Mr. Regis down there at the bottom. I'm telling you, he doesn't raise that much.
He doesn't. You're
Deceptive.
right. Very, very deceptive.
Yeah, and that'll be it, boys.
Played 103 hands tonight.
Yes, we did. Made it through 103. That's pretty quick moving. I think we normally get up close to 100. Had a couple of awesome super chats. Some great interaction with the chat in general. And just want to say thank you one more time to all of you for joining us. We've had a great time here at Poker House Dallas on our weekly 2-5-1500 cap Next Gen Poker live stream. Next week, we're going to have all 3 boys back in the mix to our knowledge. That's going to be Rosie, Jello, and Frankie. You can catch them on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. That's the one.
Instagram too.
And Instagram.
Catch them on all.
Yeah, I was blanking on TikTok, which is their biggest platform where they have the largest poker TikTok following in the entire world, guys. Very impressive. So with Mr. John here in the booth, I've had a great time with you tonight, man. Thanks for being here.
Make sure you guys hit that like button on your way out.
Oh, yeah, that would be sweet. And appreciate all of you for joining us. And we will see you next Sunday, 6 p.m. for Next Gen Poker's weekly live stream on Savage Sunday.